Japan's Industry Minister Akazawa says G7 confirmed and remains prepared to take all appropriate measures as necessary to stabilize energy markets. Akazawa says Japan called on G7 and the IEA to prepare to take more flexible measures, including more coordinated oil reserve releases at appropriate time. According to CBS News, hundreds of US Special Ops military personnel, including Navy SEALs and Army Rangers, are now in the Middle East, as well as Marines and Army paratroopers. Akazawa says Japan's industrial supply chain exists in Southeast Asia, and Japan recognizes that securing fuel supplies in the region is of vital importance. US Labor Secretary Chavez Derima article on options for 401k published on the Wall Street Journal. We will pop it on the feed for you shortly. Akazawa says while giving top priority to securing domestic fuel supplies, we plan to maintain close communication with these nations. Canadian dollar touches its weakest level since December 5th against the US dollar. Maersk says Port of Salalah will gradually resume operations. We have posted out on the feed for you to read through. So Dorima says no investment is unlawful for a retirement plan. And Dorima proposes private assets in retirement plans. One meant to go native with the market on open imbalance. 10 seconds to market on open imbalance. Market on open imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 565 million. Nasdaq 100 buy side 24.4 million. Dow 30 buy side 107 million. Mag 7 buy side 21 million. Shares of US aluminum producers jump as aluminum prices hit 4-year peak. So specifically Alcoa up 10.8%, Century Aluminum up 18.3%. US stocks extend gains, Dow Jones up 1%. Golden Pass LNG achieves first LNG production from 3 LNG trains. So just keeping an eye on the S&P 500, just seeing a little bit of a movement towards the downside here at around the open. No headlines to back up the move. And I mean, that's in the last 5 minutes or so. There's nothing that's come through. Again, just a little bit of downside movement on the S&P 500 around the open. Dollar seeing a little bit more strength, but not so much. The US Embassy in Venezuela is formally resuming operations on Monday. Qatar Energy says first LNG sets of stage for Golden Pass Energy to deliver its first cargo from its facilities located in Sabine Pass, Texas. further downward movement on the S&P 500. Again, no news at this moment that's come through recently. But again, as said, further downward movement on S&P 500 around the open. According to sources, ECB has reservations about banking credentials of MP Board's CEO candidate Palomero. Shares of US asset managers climb as Labour Department issues 401 as the Labour Department issues 401ks guideline on private assets. Iran's mission to the UN, saying that the US has effectively turned certain nations in the region into theaters of conflict. Ambery says Liberia flagged container vessel reports projectiles impacting water near its northeast of Saudi Arabia's Dammam. No damage or injuries. Ambery says vessel near Saudi coast assessed as US affiliated through ownership. Nasdaq 100 index turning negative now, reversing gains of 0.9%. According to Saudi state media, Qatari Emir arrives in Jeddah. Philadelphia Semiconductor Index hits near 3-month low, last down about 2.5%. Just keep an eye on the VIX then. So at the open, it was at about 29.62 and now at about 30.79. So VIX is slowly climbing up as the S&P 500 continues to move towards the downside. S&P 500 and Dow pairs gains, Nasdaq turning negative, with the S&P 500 up now 0.1% and Dow 0.4%, Nasdaq down 0.1%. Fed's Myron to CNBC says there is no evidence of wage price spiral, and says to CNBC there's no evidence of wage price spiral, and it seems extremely unlikely. Myron says inflation expectations are not yet affected by higher oil prices. Fezmar says there is no evidence of inflation shock from oil. G7 says central banks are strongly committed to price stability. Fed's Myron says there is no sense that other colleagues are moving their position based on oil prices. Myron adds that markets are volatile in the middle of a war. And I'm not inclined to read much into markets. So, a reminder with schedules today, it's just been added. White House Press Secretary Levitt is due to speak at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll pop that in the back end calendar for you. We'll pop that into the calendar on the back end for you. Fed's Myron says, I'm still concerned about the labor market, and the Fed can accommodate that. Fed's Myron says wage growth has been coming down, and the Fed is holding back labor demand inappropriately. Myron says it could be a point easier over the course of the year. So the Fed's Myron says we could be about a point easier over the course of the year. G7 statement says central banks are strongly committed to maintaining price stability. Monetary policy will remain data dependent. Fed's Myron says inflation is heading back to target a year from now, and the Fed could do more. The Fed could do a point easier on rates. Fed's Myron says central banks shouldn't prevent AI from job creation. Fed's Myron says Fed's balance sheet is too big, and I would like to shrink it. Fed's Myron says we can lower short-term interest rate to offset tightening effect of reducing balance sheet. Myron adds that it's important to go slowly in balance sheet reduction. Fed's Myron says it isn't surprising that bond market has excess volatility, and I don't read much from that. Myron says there's been unwanted tightening of financial conditions. Fed's Myron says tighter financial conditions could have an effect on economic growth. Fed's Myron says private credit is not representing economic risk right now. According to IATA, Middle Eastern carriers saw 16.5% year-on-year increase in demand from air cargo in February. Capacity increased by 13.5% year-on-year. Fed's Myron adds that private credit concerns are not at a level that would change my views, but it is a risk that I'm aware of. Fed's Myron says higher oil prices could accelerate cooling in the labor market.
Be on here in just a second, guys. I think my voice sounds like I can do it.
Fed's Myron says monetary policy is still restrictive. As a reminder, in about 10 minutes' time, Fed's Powell is due to give a lecture at Harvard. No text is expected, but there is a Q&A with the audience. So we'll get the video out for you in the feed shortly. And a reminder, at the same time, we get the Dallas Fed Business Manufacturing Index with a forecast of 2 prior 0.2. Israel's Haifa-based Bazan Group.
We've got Jerome coming up here in just a few minutes. I'll have it on for you.
Says damage is not material.
Thanks. Appreciate you. Check 1 2. Why no volume? Can't hear anything.
Fed's Myron says I'll probably get another Fed.
I can't turn left.
I'd love not to.
My right side is my good side. Only my right side is my good side. Here we go. Check 1 2. Can't hear nothing. All right, sorry. I've been sick all weekend. I don't know what I've got. I'm hoping that I don't have COVID. I think I blame like the kids on vacation. Just a quick second here. I was telling my wife last Friday that I think that they like
futures falling $2 to $113.39 a barrel after G7 nations say they're ready to take all necessary measures to preserve stability.
Here, let's turn this off for a minute. Check 1 2. Sorry, I can't hear nothing. My ears are all like blocked up, and I'm pretty sick. I was telling my wife last Friday that I think that they send the kids home. I think all the kids' germs go home with them for their vacation, so they don't die out in the school. So I've been sick, and started getting sick like Thursday, or maybe even earlier last week. And over the weekend, I lost my voice, and I've got like popping in my head and temperature and all that kind of shit going on. So this morning we got a bunch of stuff to go over. We have a ton of stuff to go over. We have the Iran situation, right? Iran and the U.S. 2 weeks ago we had, they've mined the strait. They haven't mined the strait. Then last week we had all kinds of noise, right? The Trump is looking for an easy exit, which is bullshit. The USS Ford was attacked and is going to become public, which is bullshit. Then we also have the U.S. isn't sending in troops, which is bullshit too. So we have a lot of like narratives and propaganda, and then we get propaganda vacuums along the way too. The U.S. was silent over the weekend. And over the weekend, I'm reading stories like, I don't know, like the U.S. is doomed in Iran, and PTSD is going to be the worst for American soldiers, and I don't know, all kinds of stupid shit. I got all kinds of nonsense here. This is what I've got in front of me right now. Let me look. I've got I guess some of these things have finally fallen off. But we also have Trump saying his preference would be to take the oil in Iran, or we'll steal the oil in Iran, or whatever. Trump issues new threat to Iran's civilian infrastructure. More noise, right? Just more noise. What I take away from this weekend is the U.S. went silent, and an information vacuum was left behind. And so there's all kinds of nonsense coming across the wire. Now, Trump also gave a 10-day extension or pause or whatever, and is threatening Iran with total destruction. Now it's like, I think it's infrastructure and whatever in the stock market. Well, meanwhile, there's something else going on. We have a contract roll that's coming on the 31st, somewhere in here at like 9:30 in the morning, right in this vicinity. So you have like information is nonsense right now, of course, and then you've got what's real, what's fake. You have pontification on the number of troops being sent when they're never going to tell you or I exactly how many troops are going over there. So it's like an argument that doesn't matter. What does matter is that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The Houthis are claiming they're going to enter the war. A couple of small attacks over the weekend. There's also this thing, this narrative that bases are uninhabitable in the Middle East for U.S. soldiers. So it's just like non-stop, constant information overload. What you really need to pay attention to here is the contract roll. We are coming into some key facts you need to know. One, we've broken major trend. Two, the door above has been closed. Right up here. It's about to be closed. We're about to close it right here. Three, as we come into the end of quarter, we're still working on the end of quarter here, right? Still working on quarter end, month end. Um, and the price action sending us lower is stopping any chance at this point of an option to continue on and up and to the right into early spring or late spring. So we're not higher here, right? And we're being trapped into this, hey, you know what? The month of April is probably going to be a down month. This is what price action is telling you here. Now it's more a matter of how do we roll into this new month or quarter. So you've got April, May, June, right? Basically. And when do we start selling and when do we price in this new risk premium? So you gotta want to think about the idea, if I'm going to sell the next month or the next quarter, where is it from? You know what the bears are going to tell you. They're going to tell you you're selling this on Friday and it's going to go like this, and then it's going to go like this, and then it's going to go like this. I think they're right on the this and the this and the this, but I don't think they're right on the Friday. I don't think they're right this morning either. We should theoretically blast down here, make a new low, and start cascading. But with this mechanic for the end of quarter, end of month, these sellers that are smart sellers, right, they're going to wait more than likely. I would suspect that they're going to wait, or they'll chase. One or the other. So if I had to guess here between now and let's call it the 31st of the 1st, 9:30 in the morning on 31st, they'll try to pin us in to start making us our way lower. But I don't know that the high is in yet. This could be, if I was a seller, if you're the smart money seller, they're way higher. They're up here. So like your smart money seller is currently sitting right about here, like 660, 658, you can call it. Your weak seller is right here. This is your weakest FOMO seller. And then you have your like old, your like old sellers, your like your smart money is up here, and then your dumb money's over here, or your like your Chamath, skipped leg day, young gym bros, they're like right here. So you get your FOMO, your young gym bros, your big old gym bros higher, they're up here currently. Call them at 658. Your young gym bros are roughly 648. And young gym bros are trying to stop a trade to 652.5. They're also trying to stop a trade to this one right here. You want to keep an eye this week on 647.66. 647.66. That would be a door with a sweep lower to trade all this stuff up here. But I give this like a point, not point. I give it like a 3 to 5% chance that we're trading this week. But just be aware of this, because in this roll, in this contract roll, it's like a setup to take all your stops to sell. And you know, it sucks when it happens. You squeeze up, monster squeeze, and all of a sudden the bulls are screaming that we're going to recover. That was the bottom. Spring and summer is saved. So you're going to have to deal with like blinders, like slip the blinders on. If we were to trade up here, you'd definitely want to slip the blinders on, because the bulls will be in action. They'll be like, oh my God, look at this. It's all over. We're out of here. And before you know it, they're getting sucked right straight down to the depth cell again. So you got to be aware of it. You got to have like your blinders on as this function is going on. Now, for sell side, what you're looking for is this is the low down here, okay? And I just want to check something really quick. No, Jerome's coming on. Let me put Jerome on in the background while he's chatting. And not only that, you've got the after hours on Sunday crowd. They were smashing around. Hold on here. Is he on now? He might be. All right, so we've just got the, hey, he's at Harvard. Is that Fellowship Hall? Where's he at? I used to go to Harvard for a bunch of like speaking things back in the day. Okay, so what you're waiting for. So I've got him on. Can you hear him in the background? Yeah, you can hear him. He's back there. Okay. So I've got him on right now. It's just a crowd talking. What you're basically looking for here is when does this stop? Right? When do we start going down, Cap, right? Is it you said no more elevators or no more staircases down. We're going to start seeing elevators. So as a process, what you want to look for this week is back tests on the hour, half hour to fail with new lows. Now you've got the back test right here. This is your first low, but you're still looking for your second low, and I don't think you're going to get it right now. So here's your half hour trigger, and here's your hourly trigger. This is the first rejection, right? And I think they're going to actually recover this. You need your first and then your second to make the new low. If you make the new low, and then we're out of here to the downside, but we're not there yet. And I wouldn't trust it right now. I think what you're going to see, so let's get back to this original conversation. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. What you're really looking for here is a risk premium reset. You're basically looking for, if you looked at all the gamma that was stacked right here on Friday, we're looking for new lows, and we're looking to reset the price of doom so that we can price all that shit in for April and for May and for more down. So if some key takeaways here, you have low information from the government, from the executive authority. You got low information right now. You've got a vacuum being filled with bullshit along the way that you have to deal with. And then you're going to get more information from the executive. That more information likely does not come out until post-Easter. So you have to be careful of like false starts for sellers, which I think is going to happen. You're going to get like a false start. It'll go back up here, false start, go back up here, false start, and then all of a sudden it's on to the downside. Now, how do we find out if we're going to start rolling? Wait a minute here. No, I already went over that. Like, how do we find out? So we're not gonna find out right now. They're likely going to hold this and drive it higher. If we do begin to break down, though, we want to be watching this 3-month right here. And if we begin to lose all of this nonsense, we're like blasting down here today. We're like sweep all this for a new low, start putting in a new low over here. We can start chasing this for cascading to the downside. But I wouldn't be like on that trade at this moment, like sell this down and look for the new low and we're going to start crashing. I don't think it happens exactly like that. I think it's like a drag. Let's watch it closely here. We've got him coming up right now. I'll put him on.
He then attended Georgetown University Law Center. While earning his law degree.
And we got a bunch of catalysts here for the bears all week long. We've got economic econ for the market to react upon. So there's plenty of catalysts between now and new quarter to start heading to the downside. But I think this is all going to trap you in, suck you in. We'll wait until after the speech, and then we'll get back into it again in a minute here.
In investment banking and private equity. Notably, as a
and just bear with me if I lose my voice at any point today. I'm probably going to have to go off the air. I got to get my voice back online here.
Call for public service. He served with distinction as Assistant Secretary and then Undersecretary of the Treasury under President George H.W. Bush. In 2012, he returned to public service as a member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. His nomination to serve as chair in 2018.
This is a 1 out of 2.
And then his renomination to serve as chair by President Joe Biden in 2021 stand as testaments to his bipartisanship.
This is the downstroke right here. I'm just waiting to see if anyone comes in to buy the dip here.
Institutional humility, collaboration, and public service. Like the greatest Fed chairs in our history.
Gap is almost closed.
Chair Powell advances the interests of our nation and not his own, sometimes at great personal cost. We are immensely privileged to have him share his insights today. Please join me in warmly welcoming the Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, Jerome Powell.
Let's come down to a 1 minute here and check it out.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
I'm going to throw up everywhere.
So I'd like to start at the beginning of your career.
Hey, I'm going to start throwing up.
Politics.
I'm not feeling well.
Pivoted from that.
I'm not feeling as bad as you feel, but
You thinking about public service and economic policy making at the start, or
see if we can like sweep this gap and get back up here.
did you decide to make the pivot when you were in the middle of your career?
Let me start by saying, David, thank you so much for having me, and thank to all of you for being here today. It's great to be here. I've been looking forward to this. Yeah, so
I wish I was on vacation. I was supposed to be with my daughter in Miami, and it's not happening.
interesting to me at that age than some other things. So
Here's the gap down below.
actually specializing in Africa. It's fair to say that my freshman major was acoustic guitar. My parents gave me a Martin D35 for high school graduation. They must have regretted that because that's what I was really working on mostly. But I did finally figure out what I wanted to
Did Jerome just say he was going to be a fucking musician
do from college. I really had no plan.
before bankrupting a bank?
That is to have a career in the private sector, but also to do public service intermittently. And I was thinking about people like George Shultz, who was a famous.
He's going to be a musician, and I was thinking about George Schultz at the same time.
Those sorts of things. And I grew up in Washington, D.C. My parents were not. My dad had fought in World War II, and he had been a U.S. attorney, but they weren't people who were terribly plugged in politically. I was very interested, though, in those years in public policy and in trying to create a life that was partly private sector and partly public sector, and amazingly enough, that's kind of what happened.
Great. So now, jumping right to the present, we talk about the Fed as a unitary entity, but of course, the Fed is led by the Federal Open Market.
It's like all the fucking all the finance bros are like
Only have one vote. And in
thinking about George Schultz while playing musical instruments. My dad turned me on to, and my dad was a vet, and
disagree.
they weren't political, but I was into Schultz.
Keep interest rates the same, but some members of the FOMC have decided instead to vote to decrease interest rates. How does the disagreement on the FOMC
Remember that this is an operation of blowing off puts. Like they're gonna murder the chain here.
I don't think of it as making my job harder.
So it doesn't really matter how we go. It matters that we just kill the chain. Like just kill the chain on the roll into the new quarter, the new month.
To hear from all sides. And in a way, for example, when I was a private equity investor and I was looking at supporting a transaction that I wanted to do, I really wanted to hear from the smartest people. Tell me why it's a bad deal. Tell me now before we do it. And I just think you don't really know how much you believe in something until you've had somebody literally try to take it apart.
What we're going to look at today too is I'll write this down. We're going to look at it's a short week, so what we're going to look at today is gold.
Of governors not dissenting, but that's really not typical.
We're going to look at gold.
Where there's more dissenting, or I mean, they're different. Depends on the central bank. And
We're going to look at XOM,
is a dissent thoughtful?
CL.
Does it express a point of view?
We could potentially look at natty gas.
And that kind of a thing is not bad, and it doesn't hurt with communications. You know, I think a situation like the present situation,
Yeah, we'll look at natty gas, and then
downside risk to the labor market, which suggests keep rates low, but there's upside risk to inflation.
you already know what my feelings are on S&P. So
And I think to try.
if we can, I'll see if I can fit anything else in today. We'll look at those because of the short week. We'll look at like where to buy the dips on these things, where to sell them, all that kind of stuff. And we'll go over SPY on a higher frame, but
Feel before you really understand the problem.
like where do I want to sell SPY? It's higher. 48. I want to sell it like right in here.
2008, 2009, that great
I
financial
want to sell it up here somewhere.
in
I'll just say it here. I'd like to sell 646.55.
was a second
I don't know if I can, but I'm going to try to.
balance sheet to address these two economic and financial.
If we can just grind this week out just enough.
Come down a
I just don't know if the sell comes on like Thursday high or if it's on like Monday or was it we closed on Friday, so Monday high. It'll either be Thursday high or Monday high.
Again in the 2020 episode,
The thesis here is that this is the high.
the Fed has become
We had the Friday low, this is the Monday high, and you'll never see this high again by Friday.
muddying of, as according to the critics,
But I don't know the mechanics of this quarter end roll. I can't say that this is the high for the week just yet. It might be. It's potential that it is. We'll chat about it here in a minute, but
2008 to 2022, let's
we only got one more day left. Today's the 30th, so we got 31st. This could theoretically be the high. You would be selling that Monday 10 a.m. high, and then we would slow fade tomorrow down, and then it gets ugly. But we'll keep looking at it here.
So you just say, well, we're done. We're out of ideas here. And there were two ideas that were followed in the global financial crisis, one of which was to buy assets, longer-term assets. And what you're doing there is you're buying longer-term government-guaranteed securities, which would hold down longer-term rates, and that should stimulate the economy. Or also forward guidance, which would tend to hold down forward rates as well.
I'm afraid of the squeeze.
So we did those two things rather.
I'm afraid of like the bullshit reset squeeze today into tomorrow.
Both efforts were successful at restoring market function and at restoring financial stability. At the beginning of the global financial crisis and the pandemic, we had massive problems of market function. They were solved. I think the question, getting to your question, David, of the macroeconomic effects is a much more...
I'll set up these things for us here.
I don't think there is...
We're going to review today. We're going to review...
There's an oceanic...
Sorry for my... if you hear me like slurping and shit in the background, I apologize. Or if I sound nasal or whatever.
Lower interest rates and does provide some support.
So we're going to look at gold.
And I guess I'd be in the camp of thinking that there's something in that, but it's hard to quantify it. And I think, you know, different people have different views on how much those effects could be. The other side of it is, you know, QE is thought by the critics to risk all kinds of other things. So, for example, you could buy too much of the Treasury market and it would stop functioning well. We have not seen that here. At the very beginning, there was the thought that it would be inflationary. We have not seen that, or that it would threaten financial stability or even create inequality. So we haven't really seen the downside risks.
We got to do gold.
At the same time, the last thing I'll say is, I remember before I took...
I'm over here dicking around.
I'll almost certainly never have to do quantitative easing. So what's that expression? Man plans and God laughs, something like that. So it just, you know, the pandemic came around and we needed to do a lot of asset purchases in a big hurry, and we did. So far,
Gold looking ugly.
no Treasury Department has ever said stop.
Like it wants to fucking fall off the side of a world.
Maybe that'll happen someday, but it hasn't happened yet.
So let's talk about the dynamics of inflation since the spike in 2022. Inflation has been coming down since then, but it still hasn't reached its 2% target.
Gold looks like shit.
Some have argued that that last mile is extremely difficult, and to obtain that, we will need a recession. Others have argued that you've gotten us very close and you'll get us the rest of the way. Are you concerned about the time duration of the path from the high inflation of 2022 back to target? It's taken time. We're not there yet. Is that a destination we'll reach, or are you concerned that the last mile will prove very difficult?
So we will reach, the FOMC is and will continue to be committed to getting inflation back to 2% on a sustained basis. That's the place to start. So I feel like we had pretty much gotten there at the end of 2024 against the predictions of almost the entire economics profession when we raised rates a lot and very quickly in 2022. 100% essentially of economists were forecasting a recession. We didn't have one. Actually, we had 23 and 24.
Yeah, it was the doomers that were saying you were overreacting. That's not really true.
Our higher rates had some effect on inflation. So by 2024, you had the economy growing at 2.5%. You had inflation in the 2 plus a few tenths on a 12-month basis by the end of the year. And you had the employment market, you still had the labor market at essentially full employment. So
Maybe we'll open this up for you so you can see it. Just dragging around here.
since then, we've had to face a much smaller
Let's try to close the gap to go higher.
tariff inflation is visible, and we think it's really just a one-time price increase. That's been our thinking since the beginning. Right now, we think it's adding somewhere between a half and a full percentage point to inflation, but that's a much smaller thing than we saw during the pandemic inflation. And and of course now we're facing events in the Middle East which will certainly affect gas prices, and we feel like our policy is in a good place for us to wait and see how that turns out.
So he's on wait and see on war.
Crisis in the Middle East and the effect on energy prices. Indeed, this classroom is familiar with that question from the last problem set, where we asked, how would you advise the Fed to respond to the rising price of oil? And we teach that when there's a demand shock, it's a pretty natural set of recommendations that emerge for the Fed. But when there's a supply shock, like this energy price shock, there's trade-offs that the Fed has to juggle. How do you make those trade-offs in general, and how do you make those trade-offs in this particular instance? And can you help everyone with their piece?
Well, maybe they should tell me. Sure. So you start with what you said. Our tools work on demand. Higher rates will tend to moderate demand. Lower rates will tend to stimulate demand. And when you have a supply shock, our tool doesn't have meaningful shorter-term effects on supply. So first question is, do you respond to it? And the classic question has been around energy, just in general, not really speaking about the current situation, although I'll get to that, I guess. But energy shocks have tended to come and go pretty quickly. Monetary policy works with long and variable lags, famously. And so by the time the effects of a tightening in monetary policy take effect, the oil price shock is probably long gone, and you're when it's not appropriate. So the tendency is to look through any kind of a supply shock. But
Well, we're doing the job owning.
aspect of that is you have to carefully monitor inflation expectations, because you can have a series of these supply shocks, and that can lead the public generally.
He's job owning the market right now, which is good.
Lead them to start expecting higher inflation over time. Why wouldn't they? At the end of a certain number of years, the inflation is now just higher, and that can happen. So you monitor that very, very carefully. Also, in the current situation, you have to be mindful of the whole broader context. And the broader context is we're still, we've been coming down close to 2%.
Agreed.
But we've never actually, gotten right and stayed at 2%.
Yeah, you have. If you do the math, you have.
And we're very mindful of that.
You just don't want to say that publicly. You don't want the target to be hit. The longer that we sit in the frying pan, the better. Frying pan is good, believe it or not.
What to do here. We're not really facing it yet because we don't know what the economic effects will be, but we'll certainly be mindful of that broader context when we make that decision.
Great. So you've been a powerful and vigorous defender of the independence of the Fed with respect to monetary policy.
So he's been given a fairly broad, there was no pushback on that statement he just made. That's good. That's good for calming markets.
You worked for in a program of increasing regulation under President Trump. You've worked together to reduce regulation.
I'll leave this on because you could potentially hear some negative
with respect to monetary policy. And on the other hand, we have a collaborative Fed with respect to financial regulation.
like independence of the Fed kind of stuff could come up.
Explain to us those two different approaches and how you understand them.
Yes, so start with monetary policy. I think there's pretty broad consensus in both political parties on both sides.
And this is good. You're getting, the good news about this is you're getting market looking for information that's economic and not geopolitically based. So this kind of falls in the same narrative. The U.S. is, there's less geopolitical news from the U.S., and they should remain quiet. This whole week should be like, hey, let's focus on the economic news and breather from geopolitics.
Who has a specific statutory assignment, which is to oversee
Take a breather, calm down,
and also set the agenda for
and look at the other things that impact the market.
propose a change in, for example, the Basel III Accords as implemented in the United States, she has to bring that to the Board of Governors, which is the 7 governors, and vote for it. But she has full control over supervision. So as chair, you know, the whole
Notice, too, he's not wearing his glasses. That means he can't see any of those fuckers. It's a big blur to him.
working for or against any political party or individual or, you know,
He doesn't have his glasses. I was just like, oh, yeah, I'll start talking out there. No one can see. I can't see shit.
should allow the vice chair for supervision to carry out the role that Congress has assigned to that person by statute. And that's what that is.
Don't buy gold, by the way.
You know, the two parties really have a big difference on
I mean, there'll be a pump in gold, but it's gonna come into some major rejection.
always be someone who is working to, without regard
I got gold set up here. I need to set up
who can be reappointed by either side.
XOM.
Been the case. It's been, you know, Ben Bernanke was reappointed. I was reappointed. And I think it's a good test of the Fed's nonpartisanship that your appeal is really bipartisan. I think that's a critical thing. So if I were to try to impose my personal views on regulation, that really wouldn't work. So I think there's
Where's XOM?
any chair needs to let the vice chair for
Can you
supervision.
find my phone for me, please?
And then I'm another vote.
Phone's going blowing up.
So
There's XOM. It's topping right now.
to the financial system.
Well, it's not topping. It's basing.
A terrible crisis.
Oh, I got it. It's right here.
Made in the
Couldn't find it.
efforts to tighten the bolts and create a safer financial system, less prone to these kinds of cataclysmic events.
Software update.
Today we look out at the world and we see lots of threats, both inside the formal banking system that you regulate and in the non-bank financial
XOM coming down. That's good.
or not at all regulated. So I wanted to have your thoughts on whether we're in a position of
Natty, you guys like Natty Gas, right?
all the Dodd-Frank and other reforms following the 2008
Natural gas is going to get sold to the depths of hell, but then it's going to squeeze.
have brought us to another period.
Natural gas.
And just to
We'll look at actual natural gas.
inside the banking
Not your
system,
crackhead 3 fucking.
that has fallen in value. That affects both non-banking financial institutions. We have the private credit market and a very
Yeah, Natty Gas is going to get shanked. Just be warned of a pretty decent up move in SPOOs.
You worry that another financial crisis looms.
There's Natty Gas. What I say I would do? I said I would do gold,
Is it something,
XOM, natural gas, CL.
or do you feel that we're
Let's do CL for them too.
You know, after the global financial crisis, we actually started a new division.
CL crude futures.
And their job is to be, you know, sort of the watchers.
Crude looks good, but it's got supply above 2.
We're not, the old system was a crisis around
116, and then
battle the crisis.
I think it's 120.
An ongoing monitoring thing with a framework that can be checked. So I would say after the global financial crisis, which happened when you all were extremely young,
Yeah.
between Dodd-Frank and the Basel agreements, we pretty dramatically
I think they're going to be pissed off when they see that oil's not going any higher for a bit till it gets
banks have.
shanked.
And I think that's been a good thing. I think they're also much sort of more transparent and more aware about risks and that kind of thing. So I think we've significantly hardened the system against the kinds of things that happened in the global financial crisis, where you had a lot of credit losses really around mortgages. And so that kind of a situation, we've got well-capitalized large banks.
Yeah, gold's going to like 4,000 somewhere in there before being picked back up.
Capital markets, the U.S. has by far the
What's it trading right now?
sector relative to the banking sector. The other
Trading 45. It already had a low of 4,100, but I think it's going down to 4,000 before going up again.
that's a good thing. You want it to be the place where where biotech companies can do IPOs, and they may or may not succeed, but they can get capital out of that market. And you know you're taking a lot of risk, but great things happen because people put money into biotech. So we've done some hardening of that, but we shouldn't be trying to regulate risk out of existence. So I think, and we did fix some of the things that broke in the global financial crisis and the pandemic. We did address. The real thing, though, is the economy. The financial sector is just always evolving rapidly, and I think the vigilance is what you need. You just need to always know that there's another thing coming. I think in particular,
Market trying to turn higher. I'd like to see this gap up be taken because we're down here, but we might leave it behind. But we'll keep watching to see if we can break out here.
Utility, let's say, or financial institution, and that would be quite a different thing. You know, if people are going to lose money in a certain part of the economy, we have a hugely resilient financial system now. It's more, let me say this, it's more about resilience than it is about avoiding crises. One of our...
I agree with the resilient part, but that doesn't mean you won't pay higher prices. I agree with some of what he's saying here.
Right.
I'm not in like full Doomerville. It becomes a question of who can pony up for the prices of gas and oil. The U.S. currently can.
And we do have that, but again, nobody
The tails is where it gets ugly.
will ever give you a green light. They'll always say, here, these are the risks, and we got to monitor. You mentioned private credit. So private credit is something, as you guys are probably following. It's a relatively small part of a very large
Yes.
pool. We're watching it super carefully.
And it's like an after thing. It's not a before thing. It's kind of like because of this, private credit dries up.
We're monitoring it.
Private credit just doesn't dry up on its own.
Greater contagion or greater losses or connections to the banking system. And, you know, we're going to do that.
What the fuck is on my phone?
There's no problem here because that's a jinx. But nonetheless, it's something that we're following very carefully.
What is one of your biggest regrets in your time as Fed chair? And on the other hand,
He's getting pretty softbally here with this guy, with Jerome.
On regrets,
He's allowing Jerome to answer questions, not really probing any deeper in the answers given.
I'm focused on the windshield.
This looks like taking a bow.
And so I don't. I'm tempted to say regrets. I've had a few, but
For his service.
then again, not so many, or whatever the line is from that Frank Sinatra song. So I just think I'll have plenty of time for that after I'm out of this.
This is the first like, no, you won't go, but we're not done going up.
Be rating yourself for the mistakes that you've made. You're going to make mistakes, and you're going to learn from them. Take it from an expert. I've made plenty, but I don't focus on regrets and things like that. You know, overall, in terms of what I'm proud of, I'm more than happy to talk about that.
let's go for it.
Yeah, let's go deep there.
Nice little squeeze there, trying to break back out and start picking this up and to the right.
I'll just say it's
Your next target above is, if you want to know, your next target above is 643.94.
I always wanted to do some of it. I saw these people around Washington who were well-known public servants like George Shultz. I would think that looks like a really interesting thing to do. It's
George Schultz. That's not what he's thinking. He's like, I want to bank in Kansas and bankrupt it.
what you're doing is ideally helping all Americans and that kind of thing. It's a great honor to serve the public, and particularly.
Sorry, I'm like humoring myself over here.
The main thing I'm proud of is 14 years at the Fed and 8.5 of them as chair. I'll always be proud of that.
And I'm very grateful to you for your service to our country.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've had mixed feelings on Jerome over the years. I've had like, I can't stand this guy. He's doing a great job.
Next Fed chair, we'd love
Oh my God, he's doing a horrible job. Oh my God, he's doing a better job. Oh my God, he's selling us down the river.
Learn when your children are grown up and they have their own children is never volunteer advice. Only give advice when asked. So
That's right.
I would only give advice if asked, and I would do it privately. But I'll just say in general a couple things about the Fed.
That's exactly right with your kids. You let them burn it down, and then they come to you in tears.
To stick to the things
Daddy, I made a mistake.
actually assigned.
I didn't call you.
To want to move into other areas, and I think we have very powerful tools. They're supposed to be
I'm gonna put this cough drop in.
stability. And
Coming into the half back right here.
there's always
Gonna see if we can get a little bit higher.
looks and says,
Need a nice little pop right here.
something else. What if we were just to and call that that's part of the main?
I want to see just a little bit more up here.
We just have to be in a situation.
Little nice little tick right there should be fine. Come right back down here.
We're not trying to work against any politician or any.
Take that one down there.
To be careful to stick to what we're doing. The other thing is, I'll just note that the Fed's not a perfect institution. Don't look for perfection. What we do is very challenging and highly uncertain. But it's a great American institution.
Just looking for this one little tick right here.
To work with the people I work with. They're extraordinary.
That's dragon tail.
People, and I'll just close by saying,
Where your legs, there's your arm. You gotta get the neck nice and thick before you race out of here.
and much easier to bring them down.
So, though you were uncomfortable giving unsolicited advice to your successor, I know that the students in this room would love to hear your advice. They've asked me for my advice and asked me what you would advise them. So they're entering into an uncertain time, an economy where
There's some traps here we got to talk about. There's like traps for sellers and stuff, and like
in particular jobs that were plentiful a couple of years ago for
I don't know how much longer I want to leave this on. I want to kind of get into it, but we don't have a lot of time here. We got 4 fucking days.
remarkable technological transformation that is both promising and
We'll leave him on though. There, he's doing a victory lap right now.
the 600 students that sit here today. What would you suggest they think about as they embark on both academic and
Trump's trying to pump the Powell's trying to pump the markets right now.
Saying that I'm well aware, and my colleagues too are well aware of.
He's doing a victory lap, and he's doing a little bit of market calming. We're not at a Fed put. We're like so far. We're not that far away. We're at like 5,600 is a Fed put.
On job creation of significant changes in immigration policy, which have brought down both demand and supply of workers. The unemployment rate is really
You're just getting job owning from the Fed right now, trying to calm markets.
to that kind of market. So it's a time when the business. I mean, there's a business cycle, right? And you're coming out in the business cycle at a time when getting hired is a little bit challenging. There's also probably something more longer term, more secular that's happening and around technology and AI. So yes, it is a challenging time. But I'll say a couple things. One just is that the U.S. economy, compared to other major open economies and big market-based economies around the world, is just incredibly dynamic and productive.
Mm-hmm.
Since
I agree.
U.S. Compared to other
We all agree, bro.
mature economies, our productivity has grown at like twice the speed, for example, in Europe, and higher productivity is the way.
So we still haven't quite gotten the tick. You want it to be 638.43. It's like one more tick higher and then a dump and then upper.
It always comes from the United States.
It should be like this.
Just be optimistic about the medium and longer term. I'm very optimistic about the medium and longer term. The other thing is,
Just want this higher tick right here.
these large language models make people much more productive. I feel like it's making me more productive because I can learn things really quickly.
Something like this.
And I talk to my son and others who are out there in the world, and I think if you use it well, it's making you more productive. So I think you're in a situation where you need to invest the time.
Man, I'd like to see this one go much higher, like there.
And that should stand you in good stead. But there's no denying it's a challenging time to enter the.
There's like.
But it may take some patience and all that. But in the longer term, this economy is going to give you great opportunities, and just be a little optimistic about that.
Yeah, we are, bro. We're optimistic. We don't think that the bull run's over. We just think that the volatility or the nonsense isn't over.
as we use these tools over the next decade, but at some horizon, let's say 40 years, there'll be substitution rather than complementarity?
It's.
There's your tick.
I mean,
Just waiting to see if we can get this bot and trade up into the
are talking about
into this one. This is your next target right here, 640.27
AI to come in, but they're mostly
for
talking
this one right here.
existing, middle management,
Would like to see this one push up right into.
things like that.
I'd like to see this high be
It shouldn't
640.28 maybe.
on
This push right here.
AI well and that kind of. I don't know, but so certainly the next few years look like whatever the effects are, we'll start to feel them because major U.S. companies, and we talk to a lot of those people who run those companies, and they're all looking at what they can do, and the truth is they can take out a lot of jobs that can be automated by a very smart large language model. They just can, and they will, because their competitors
I was being honest here.
can afford to have higher costs than their competitors. What's that going to mean for you? it may not mean that much. It depends on what you're going to wind up doing. You know, you may stay in school a little bit, and you may do something that is, it's going to create new jobs too over time. And again, it makes people more productive. I did talk.
He's fucking this up right now.
The marginal benefit of a new employee in this world is actually very high. Now, that's not what you hear all the time. So, I don't know. I mean, when, you know,
This scares me that he doesn't know more.
to generalize, this has been going on for a couple hundred years.
You sound like a boomer right now, bro.
Right, and to put all the people who were doing weaving in the business. But so, in all cases, it has wound up raising.
You're freaking people out.
Living standards as long as the society keeps producing people.
He's sounding very boomerish, like he doesn't know the tech.
To benefit from that technology. So that will be the case here. But you're right, there can be a period during which it's challenging, and this may be one of those, but nonetheless, I would just say it's out there, and it's out there to be done, and I would be medium and longer term very optimistic about this economy compared to any other economy.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
Boy, that's all bullshit. Or it's not bullshit like bad or fake, just...
Jason and David in the well, and I've got 2 microphones in the balcony. Why don't we start with, Jason, do you have a question?
I think I have a question, if that's
great.
okay.
Uh-oh. Watch out. They're letting the fucking animals out to ask questions.
You're making decisions at the Fed. I'm curious, how much are you relying on very specific economic models? The Fed has its own big fancy model, FERBIS. How much are you relying on information you get from talking to people out in the real world, to businesses, your own intuition and experience? What do you bring together?
We already know what they do. They don't give a fuck about the data. They have their own tuition. Every one of these guys writes that in their fucking autobiographies.
It's really all of the above. We have to start with the perimeter. You know, the reserve banks are in touch. They're in all 50 states, right? 12 reserve banks, and they bring summaries of these extensive conversations they have with the public sector, the private sector, universities, healthcare, everything in their district. And we see all of that in the beige book and in the meetings. We get all of that. We also look at several models. It's never just the FERBIS model. It's many, many different models, and we look at different alternative simulations. You look at all of that, and then we look at where our policy stance is, and we look out the window and we say, does it look like our policy stance is affecting the economy in a way that moves us closer to our goal variables or keeps us at our goal variables? You do all of that. We also talk to each other. You know, I talk to the other 18 participants on the FOMC a couple of times each cycle, and people have different thoughts and ways of thinking about things. Talk to the senior staff. You know, they've been doing this longer than any of us.
Then I consult the fucking senior staff, and then I tell them all to go fuck themselves, and I let it ride on a hunch.
When I was in the private equity business, we had really good models of companies. And my big boss said, we want to have the best model in the
best modeling out there.
Make the decision for you. You're in the wrong business.
Hey, there it is. You're in the wrong fucking business. He admitted to it.
That we'll never be able to. Probably, it's like modeling the weather. You can't predict it too much away. So that's all of those things.
He's like, we pay all these people all this money, and then we get these. We get the FRURB US modeling, and then I get all that, and I tell them all to fuck off.
Hi, my name is Fabio. I'm a first year studying economics and government. I'm really interested in kind of the decision making in the Fed. How do you work with situations where like the
Which Keynesian are you in, bro? The new Keynesian or the old Keynesian?
Interest rates increasing, or it might be very tight.
This is a FERBIS supporter, probably asking a question.
So remember, I'm one of 12 voters. So there's an FOMC cycle is about 7 weeks between meetings. We have 8 of them a year. So, and I would say sort of 3 weeks before the meeting, by then I have to have a pretty good sense of what I think we need to do. And
Gonna sit down my fly.
Working on if we're doing anything in particular, we always have like a special topic. So a lot of work is going on. So I almost need to make.
It's like I marked all the emails read that I read from my smarter underlings.
Talk to everybody a couple of times because I got to get people to vote for this. And I've got to, a lot of it is.
I gotta go out and drink some bourbon with some of these fucking voters and find out what they want.
So most of the time I kind of.
Then I gotta go tell the Senate how to vote or how to place their trades.
That's how it works. So it's a lot of talking and listening and understanding. I think an underrated skill is in listening to people. Listening is, if you listen to people and you hear them and you can make their argument and they understand that you're actually listening to them and not just, communicating at them. For most of the people, most of the time, that's going to be enough. And by the way, that's true on Capitol Hill. That's true. It was true when I was a governor. If I felt, I always felt like Ben Bernanke or Janet were listening to me, and if
Janet was listening, she was listening.
Then I felt like I could support what they wanted me to support. So,
Janet, I want you to go out on a Sunday night future, and I want you to buy this line right here. Just one lot, please. Save the market tonight. Can you do that for me? I know you told me it was going to crash if we didn't do this. Janet, fuck yeah, I'll do that. I'll buy that one MES lot right in the middle of the night.
Somebody who's been doing that for 30 years will tell you don't use that word, even though that word might make sense in another context.
Okay. Over here.
Good morning, Mr. Powell. I wanted to ask you a bit more about private credit markets and particularly rising defaults among non-bank lenders like Blue Owl Capital. So I wanted to ask, to what extent
this is more gotcha moment stuff.
private credit markets spill over into the traditional banking system?
So that's the question we ask ourselves quite a bit. And, as I mentioned, we're watching very carefully. Of course,
they print money. Just say it. We print it. Just tell her that. Just say, sorry, there's no gotcha. We print it. Next. Stay in school and be a teacher. You're not going to win out in the private market. Next question.
We're looking for
the petrodollar. There's no such thing. Next question. We own all the oil in the world. Next question.
A correction going on, and certainly there'll be people losing money and things like that, but it doesn't seem to have the...
If it ever gets that bad, we're just going to print it. Sorry, sweetheart. Next question.
But again, we never give a clean bill of health. We just keep watching for that. We don't see those characteristics, though, right now.
Okay. Let's go to the balcony, and remember to share your name.
He just passed on her. He just told her you might get a correction. Thank you. Next question.
Hi, my name is Cody. Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Powell.
No, we don't have the world. The world doesn't collapse. Sorry.
Impact on your decision making. I know you mentioned that the Fed's job is to do exactly what's best objectively for the American economy, but I'm wondering, if you're competing with, let's say China or other powerful countries, whether or not
there are no other powerful countries. Next question.
do something like that to stimulate the economy to kind of get ahead of other countries.
No, it doesn't. We're always asking the question, as you suggest, what we serve the American public always in all of our decisions, and what is best for them. How do we achieve maximum employment and price stability on a sustainable basis? That's what we're always asking.
So you got more demand and you got more supply.
In Basel, the central banks.
Tell them that, Jerome.
And we can talk privately about what's going on in global financial markets. It is a global economy. We all know each other, and frankly, and many of us have regular communications going on just privately, or by telephone, or email, and text, and things like that. But we're never looking to get on the turf of the national security people or the State Department or things like that. We're not looking at things that way. We're looking at our goals. That would be, I think, a classic case of mission creep if we were to say, hey, let's
We're gonna smash China next, bro.
And let's do something for a third purpose. That would almost by definition make us less effective at the things we're supposed
That's
to be
right.
doing. So we try to stick to that.
Okay, great. David, you're next.
Good morning.
A bunch of doomers in the audience.
Thank you so much for coming. We're all very honored that you took the time to come. So last lecture we learned about soft landings and about how it's definitely much more ideal than hard landings, but in the US history we've had far more hard landings than soft landings. And we
Oh God, here we go.
how it's really important that you are monitoring expected inflation.
That's false, by the way.
And I think a lot of that just comes down to the trust between the public and the central.
We've had nowhere near more hard landings than soft landings.
Much more technocratic, but I think especially with like the rise of populism and previous events, there seems to be a lot of impact of like political tensions between or cooperation between the Fed chair position and the administration. And I wanted to ask you, how do you still keep the public's trust this way?
By sticking to our jobs and doing them well, ultimately. If we deliver the maximum employment and price stability, or at least are seen to be doing everything we possibly can as we meet various shocks and multiple supply shocks in recent years, the public keeps its faith.
I think we'll do Bitcoin too.
Like longer-term inflation expectations, and you'll see that they've remained pretty well anchored right through all of this. So if you really think inflation is going to be higher, you can make some money betting against that. But people don't do that. The people who are putting their money to work in the financial markets, not to give too much credit to that, but that's it. If we stick to our knitting and we do our jobs, we stay out of politics, stay out of the hot political issues of the day, and just do your job and keep your head down. I think I see this through my dealings with elected people.
That's a big shot across the bow of Moran, of course, and company. Stay out of the politics, keep it out of the Fed. Even though it's there, we all know it's there, like as best you can.
All you want, and you're not going to get into politics. That's what we need to do, and I think.
So you can see this here.
I think we are accepted in that spirit in Washington, and I think generally around the country as well.
Jason. Remember to tell us your name.
Thank you, Chair Powell, for being here. My name is Jake. As you know, your term ends in May, and a potential successor, Kevin Warsh, has indicated a desire to cut rates if he fills the role of chair. What is your take on the effect that a cut would have on the flexibility of the Fed to remain well positioned to maintain both sides of its dual mandate, particularly given the fact that inflation has remained elevated above the Fed's 2% target for several years now, and progress is further halted by the oil shock and tariffs especially?
Jake, that's not something I'm gonna that pitch. Is that a Red Sox jersey, by the way?
I called on him.
Yeah, okay. I know this must be Red Sox country.
So we're going to go to the balcony next.
It's like I'm a bro, a party on Lansdowne Street, brah. Woo! Come on out and drink with the frat bro.
So earlier you said,
Me and my boys from Bates.
believe in something until someone tries to take it apart. So my question was, what's the thing you currently believe about the economy that you're least confident in?
Interesting question. I'm not going to give you a particular at the moment, but I will say that I would say this, and of course this is self-serving to an extent, but having worked in the private economy for most of my career, I don't have any predisposition to believe that models can really capture it. Because so much of it is animal spirits, as Keynes called it.
Nice, just said animal spirits. We gotta clip that clip. Hold on, I gotta definitely click the animal spirits.
Any precision, three months ahead, other than
That'll make a nice meme.
So the economy, no one has been able to really successfully predict the economy. So I think the temptation is always to place too much sort of stock in in models or in one particular outlook. The other thing is, another thing which is a big takeaway is, about fat tails, right? So
You know about fat tails, bro, right?
normal distribution, and the tails are what they are. It's not a normal distribution. The tails are fat, and however fat you think they are, they're fatter than that. The possibility for the economies at any given time.
Like, you know what fat tails are, right, bro? He's like, come on over here, I'm gonna tell you about fat tails. Like, distribution ain't normal.
15 years with the inflation below target, And that was at a time of QE and lots of...
Let me show you some tail over here in my pocket. I have it dropping out of my pocket every day of the week. It's like I'm Jerome Powell. He's like, this is Janet, his one fat tail.
That was really the problem. And then along comes the pandemic inflation, and bang, suddenly you have a 40-year high inflation. So
it's like, this is Bernanke's tail. Check out that fat tail. Nailed that one once too.
Take down here, yes.
Hi, my name is Robert. Thank you so much for being here. I'm a first year studying econ, math, and philosophy. So many economists that I've listened to, at least retroactively, say that what we really needed during the COVID pandemic was around $3 trillion, and the government printed something along $6 trillion more than that.
Yeah, they did.
Inflation rose, but that money is still out there. So if rates...
Yeah, it's still out there a little bit. Not all of it. Most of it's gone.
Very significantly.
And that's wrong. And now they've done some light QE since then, so some money's come back in, but most of it was taken out.
Do you think that all that extra money being out there will, on top of, instability geopolitically, do you think that's going to push us back?
No, that's not a completely accurate question.
And then also I was wondering, for your next press conference, are you going to start it with good afternoon or hello, everyone?
Nice. Purple tie? Pink tie. Poly market? I want to bet.
So, sorry, the first question was...
I got a bet riding on poly market right now, bro. Let's go. Just say it.
I think monetary quantities are a very challenging way to try to think about inflation and the economy. There was a time when the profession thought that, monetary quantities and inflation were tightly linked. And of course, in an abstract way or in a simple model, it makes sense. If you don't increase the amount of goods and you double the amount of money, then the price has to go up. But
that's not true.
Relatively little correlation. And
I don't know if he's going to explain this, but you need more money to service more growth in an economy and GDP. This isn't a fully... He's trying to fuck with this kid right now. He shouldn't be doing that, but...
At the same time, we were looking at
not all money creation is tied to inflation. The simple way to explain this would be when you create more wealth, you need more money to service that wealth too.
We're looking at this
is like Econ 101 stuff. He's trying to be a dick right now.
Lasting many years. So we did a lot of stimulus. And then when the global economy...
I don't know if he's a dick, but he's trying to...
You had this burst of demand, red hot.
This kid probably knows this.
Supply still. So automobiles is a great example. Everybody wanted a car because they didn't want to take public transportation, and they'd all moved to the suburbs and out of the city.
This kid's probably a finance bro, and he's like, oh, come on, man, don't fucking school me on that shit. He's like, just tell me we're going to start printing. We already started printing some light QE light. He's going to say it's not QE light.
Of course, we took the view, my colleagues and I did, that a vertical supply curve works both ways. If a little bit of demand could bring that price right down, and also it won't be vertical forever. It'll start. You'll get supply side healing. You got those two things. It was always both supply and demand for me, and you got inflation coming down very sharply in 23 and 24. We got close to the end of your question. We got pretty close to 2% in.
You got 2%, dude.
Now we were just dealing with the effect of tariffs, which have largely fallen here in the U.S. and not abroad.
They've intentionally fucked with the math just to make sure that it's like you can still make that argument. Like you want the frying pan, you want the soft landing, basically. The good times as long as you basically can.
That was the piece. We were at about 3% inflation, and somewhere between 0.5 and 0.8 of that is from tariffs. So we've been pretty close to 2% all the time. Now we have another supply shock coming. It's one of those times where you get a series of supply shocks. First the pandemic, then the much smaller one from tariffs, and then we're getting now an energy shock. No one knows how big it will be. It's way too early to know. As I mentioned, we do think our policy's in a good place for us to wait and see.
Okay. So one last question.
Hi, Mr. Powell. I'm Lola, and I was wondering at what point does the size of the US's debt break the point of natural systems repayment, and if that's something you're worried about now, or something you think our generation should look at?
Bond market's looking at it right now.
I think we know what that number is, sort of ratio of debt to GDP, where it'll be a problem. There are, of course, Japan being a great example, there are countries that have much higher levels of sovereign debt to their GDP than we do. What's clear is that our debt is growing much faster. The federal government's debt is growing substantially faster than our economy, and that ratio is going up. And
yes, it is now going up.
The definition of unsustainable. The level of the debt is not unsustainable, but the path is not sustainable.
Agreed.
And so it's really important that we get back to, we don't have to pay the...
And the bond market doesn't like fucking with it either. Or they are fucking with it right now, I should say.
And begin to have the economy actually growing better, growing more quickly than the economy. It will not end well if we don't do something fairly soon. This is not the Fed's job, of course, and I pretty much limit myself to those high-level points which
we'll talk about GDP and talk about the knock if we continue down this road with Iran, then you fuck with GDP and then you fuck with the debt. But we're not there though yet. So
first we'll thank Chair Powell. Then anyone who wants to is welcome to join us on the stage, and we'll take...
This is pretty basic stuff here. They're asking stupid questions. They probably know the answers to. And he's giving them stupid answers in return. Fine, these are kids. They're in a college setting.
The entire class with our esteemed guest. But before we do that, please join me in warmly thanking...
And they're more complex answers that probably this isn't the forum for. And this is kind of like a victory lap. All right, I'm going to turn this off now. I don't think we have anything else here with him. Like, they asked a bunch of what-if questions, like, that can't be answered until you get that information.
Now, come up on stage.
All right, looks like they're going to do something like round table private. Okay, so let's get back to what we're talking about. I got to get this done because I feel like Dick. I feel like Bigfoot's dick in my face. Let's go back over here and look at this here for a minute. So... on the new week, you know, you have your low on Friday. This is theoretically your squeeze here for the week. And the bears are going to tell you this is the top. The bears are going to tell you you're going to smash down here. This is your high. We're going to smash down here, get the new low. And then it's just a matter of teeing off all week to the downside. I would say normally I would say yes to that. I would say yes, we're going to do that. I don't think so this week. I think they're going to grind you. I think what they're going to do is grind you this whole week to the upside, and you're finally going to get your sell. More than likely after Easter. You'll see like the job owning from the or not the job owning from the government, but the job owning from the executive. They're getting quiet, believe it or not. You can see the vacuum of misinformation coming in over the weekend and then even into this morning out there. So you should see like the federal government try to, you know, that they're humans, they're people, they're going to put the pants on, take them off at the same time. So they view this as a window for them to get some reconciliation, resolution in Iran and the Gulf, give them opportunities to de-escalate. You should see that the rest of this week into this weekend. But when we come back on Monday, I would say all bets are off. Now with this contract roll, let's look at it from this perspective here. Let's go from this here. This is all I don't want to call it performance art, but it's all in the how high can we get to sell. It's not let's break out. It's not like let's break out of here. We're going to squeeze up here. We're going to squeeze up here, bro, and we're out of here. That's not what this operation is. This operation is pin us in, and that might be the high, or that might be the high, or this might be the high right here. That's all in service of more down. Now, the only crux to us going down here, of course, is the fucking contract roll on Tuesday. and then the gang from the street that wants to get the best possible sell. And the street wants, I'll tell you right now that the street wants to sell from up here. The street wants nothing less than to sell right here. This is where they're hiding, right up here. To sweep in, try to sell us down somewhere in here. I want to say it's like 658. By the time this happens here, it's probably 658.20, somewhere in here. Or excuse me, 662.20. I said 58, but it's probably somewhere in here. If you wanted like a tick, it's probably like right there. They had a place where they'd love to sell, probably up there. But they will sell anything even lower. They'll sell like 58.5. Somewhere in here. Just under. So they're the big boy sellers are roughly up in here. And they'll start hammering right when we get in here. Now your FOMO sellers, of course, are down here on Friday. And then your little sellers are basically in here. They're basically like, they start in here. They started right here, right on Monday high. And this morning at 10, they're taking no chances. But I think they're going to get pushed back up here. And I think they even get maybe get pushed back in here before the drop. Where I would really like to see the drop happen is like 9:30 in the morning tomorrow. On Tuesday, they get another chance in here. This is Monday 1600, and they get another chance here. I got this at 4 a.m., but we should probably make it 8:30 or 9. But you can see in here, this is 10 a.m. on Friday. They'll take another swipe at this, or excuse me, Tuesday. Take another swipe at this on Tuesday, and then when we get into the end of the week, so you get your Tuesday or 31st selling in the morning. They're going to try to like take this down, pin us inside of this into the weekend, so that no matter what happens, any kind of squeezing over the weekend, it's still to the downside. I just think it's more of like dragging ass. The best way to describe this is they're already taking shots, right? 10 a.m. shot to the downside. I'm hedged. I got you covered here, and then they're going to try to shoot this one down, shoot this one down. So it's more or less a shooting gallery of getting short. And where are those targets? The first target is, of course, to break 630.50. And in the overnight last night, we already opened that door. So on Sunday futures, we went down and dipped our balls. I think I told you on Friday, we'll probably drag our balls a little bit on Sunday futures, right? Just try to just open this door. This has been opened, by the way. Then come back up here, and then it's just a matter of getting best positioning for this new low to start heading to the downside. Now, for the bulls, I don't want to give you this I'm not going to give you any hope here. You don't have any hope in my view, but if you wanted some hope, 673.20. It's that high. You're talking about coming into Friday doom, or not Friday, but 31st doom. You get the contract roll for lower, dealers chase it. We get the new low. And then hopefully you get your, if you wanted like some hopium for a bull, you get your squeeze up over, actually you would have to hit this one. You get your hopium trade higher here. They sell you down. Dealers no longer have to hedge the doom. Dealers carry you all the way up here, and you have to break above 673.20. Nice little back test. Daily trigger comes back up. New high again. And then only on a back test of the hourly trigger would you be safe. There's a second argument. This is the argument of the bottom is in. We're going to just trade sideways until the middle of April. And if nothing really bad happens, you get like, I don't know, Trump declares victory and leaves trade. Maybe we put in one more low down here and then we're up and out of here. Would be your second best bet for the bulls. This is probably a 5 to 15% chance. This sideways trade in here is 30% chance. And your biggest chance is that any of this squeezing to the upside doesn't escape. And they come in on your best trade is probably somewhere in here, 47, 48 and a half, somewhere, 48 and 20, somewhere in here. You're just grabbing this and you get your, you get your shank to the downside. No matter what they do up here, it's coming back down. And you put your stops in right here. And hopefully it's just not staircasing, it's bloodbath all the way down. Now, what your dates are for this stuff is more than likely like May. I think you get the print on like the first week of April, but put some time on it for that sell. And not only that, be aware that you do have some danger up here for a squeeze. Even if you're shanking down to the depths of hell and breaking this out, they can still do this kind of bullshit in here and then to the downside. It won't be easy. And I think Jerome said, kind of touched on that the markets are resilient to get this next layer, like to be trading the 30s, the 20s, the 10s, and zeros, or even beyond. We need, like, for all the doom that it took for us to get us here, just imagine the doom we need to start the elevator down process. So what is the trade here? I want to say patience. You can like take these trades up as long as we don't lose the hourly trigger and half-hour trigger with a second new low. But just note that you're going to stall as you make these trades higher. It's likely they're going to be stalling. Or if you're a bear, you're just sitting on your hands and dicking around. You really don't have a trade here, I don't think, unless we start like breaking down. We broke down on Friday midday, which is a good example of that, but you're just waiting until that breakdown happens. I see us going higher here. And I think we can even leave some of this gap behind. There's no requirement that we drop, that we like save this today. Like we have to sweep this today to do this only to go down to the depths of hell. I think you can leave it behind. There's no requirement right now because the idea is that no matter what, we're going to be closing this, whether we do it today or not. They'll take attempts at it, though. And we have some news here. We have economic data all week long, this whole entire week. We've got finally have some focus off of geopolitics. And this morning at 10 a.m. On Monday, we had jolts. And then at 8:30 on Wednesday, we get retail sales just after the contract roll. So we get like Wednesday retail sales. We get ISM manufacturing at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. And then you get claims on Thursday. Then you get NFP on Friday. And you get unemployment rate on Friday. So even if you were looking for like, hey, where do we sell? You've got, this big fat Friday coming up. Up here, you got this big fat NFP, right? Which is going to be closed for this, right? So like Monday, right? This is 9 a.m. way over here. And if you're a seller, you could get stuck. Like if we're not breaking down with a new low and getting this party started the downside, what could end up happening is, you're dicking around with this, you're dicking around. They try to take a shot at you on this econ data, try to take a shot at you again on econ data. And then before you know it, they're squeezing up here. And your real sell is, next week when the actual, invasion stuff takes place. You get the quiet hopium from the executive in here and the grinding. So just be careful that if you're on sell side that you could be stuck like till Monday on where the top is. You do have the weekly high right here, but I have to guess that with all this econ data and all these like focus being taken away from geopolitics, you'll see potentially big squeezing on all this data as you come into this data for the rest of the week and the contract roll. Probably first chance to sell with real doom Someone behind you is probably on like 9:30 in the morning on the 31st, with dealers chasing that negativity. So here, let's put this back on a minute here. We're going to look at some other stuff here. We're going to look back on all this is still alive here. This one's still alive right here. We're still holding on to this. Try to do this one, break out to the right. And you want to go higher this time. The moment we take this one out right here, it'll tell you that the Monday high is not the high, and that will trade the Monday high up here. They'll try to send us back down again over here, and then they'll do the same thing. The big sellers, I think, are right up here, like the 646.59. And we'll watch them as they try to go higher. Now, as a bookend to this argument that I'm making to you, we're going to look at some other stuff, because I think there's a trap in here for other things that should go up when the S&P 500 rolls, and I want to talk to you about that if I can. We're going to start with gold. Can I bring gold up here? So this is gold, currently trading 45.51. And we're going to take a look at this one here. And we're going to start right at the beginning here. And this has been a source of angst. This has been a source of angst for traders. They're like, hey, economy's horrible. Let's get long on gold. No way you can know what I'm talking about here. What we really want to see is this candle right here. Let's take a peek at this. See this 4,000 right here? Matter of fact, let's measure this candle. Let's do this together. You understand why in a minute here. It's going to take me the morning, I think, to do it, but right here. About there? About there. I'm going to put a question mark right here. And we're going to go to a month. We don't need that anymore. Big question mark right here. And this one right here. Nope, wrong one. I think this one opens the door to lower lows. Hang tighter, guys. Okay, thanks for the software update. Silver. We can talk silver potentially if I can get through this. I think silver is worse off than gold. It usually is, and then it comes back afterwards. But this is the danger and the upside right here. I think there's a trap for gold too. This is my biggest, like, before we even go any further, like, just looking at this here. There is this trade up here, but there's there's one high here and another high here, but then it's got this bigger, like, smash down to like 4,000, and this big question mark right here that this holds at 4,000 to go higher. Something like this. So this is also why like SPY should go up here. Like, it's like they're gonna, like, SPY, yeah, SPY, okay, and then wham wham, and we save the market in there, somewhere in there. You want to watch this one right here for the signal to go lower. There's another one right here. And this implies we're going to go higher, both of these, which is good to see. We just ticked it. We don't need these with that weekly up there because I think that all gets taken out. This is your daily right here. So it gives me the idea of more up in stock market. Let's go over here. Where's the thing that says gold on it? So you guys can see what this is. Gold looks good. 4 hours right here. No real stopping on the upside. This is all good. That's all good. This is all good. Maybe this helps to, like, the doomers out there that are thinking we're going to crash today. I think not. This is all wide open down here, but when? Like, so like, when do we go down here? Not now. So check the 1 hour right here. And this is like, if you're starting to look for, like, when do we go risk off? It's higher. This is gold showing you that. Now, where are the real sellers? They're up here. There's two groups. There's like a seller down here. So you've got like you got this up move right here, right? Smash that one. Right. Come back down right here. The 4 hour. We're on a 1 hour, but that's a 4 hour right there, just so you can see it. You have another uppie right here. Take that one out. And then check this here. You got 1, 2, 3. And what I don't know is this right here. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right here. See it? There's your prior high, right? 3, 4, and 5. And this is where you're likely to get trapped in. It's like you got the bears here wanting to sell this down here. Probably not. You hit that one right there, and then one more like I don't know if it's capitulation, but they're either going to try to sell us down here or somewhere in this vicinity. Somewhere in here, try to take us out. There is the idea that you could get one more wave up here, but we're not there to trade that. So you just know that the FOMO is going to step in, and you also know that the sellers will try to step in up here. So I think that this is going to fail. And then straight down here. And I bet it stops right there. So that's what I've got for gold. There's hiding. They're going to hide in here and tell you that gold's going to moon with the market, and no, gold will get sucked in with market. There's April first week. And there's where your military action is and all the doom and stuff. So you got time. Like if you're a seller, you've got time. If you're a buyer, here's gold showing the way lower later. So you can see it. This big question mark, the target would be 4,000. The reason for that too is if they can hold this in here, if we can hold 4,000, if I don't know if we can hold it, but if we can hold it, you know, there's your 3 month dicking around the 15th. There's your 20s. There's or sorry, this is 620 on SPY or SPX 6200, somewhere down in here. So you get your bump up, and only if things get worse into the end of May down here, only if things get worse. But if not, you're accumulating to trade 5,000. You know, if you're trying to accumulate down here, you're accumulating down here to trade a trade up here to 5,000. To try to attack this again. Attack all this up here. But, you know, where does this come in? Does it come in right here? Because if it doesn't come in right there, then if we blast down through this, that opens the door to this down here. So you get your 15th up here, but then poof, straight back down into the OPEX period. That's 6,200. Then we make the decision for May if it's going to be 6,000, 5,900, 5,600, all that other nonsense. But for right now, here's gold. So gold's saying higher. And gold's also saying that, I mean, not that it has to be this. I don't think the bulls could get this squeeze, but, you know, you're looking for something up there. You know, do the bulls actually get the... Do the bulls actually get the, you know, pop and then wham, straight back down? If that's the case, then you're looking at even 4,900. I don't know if you can get that squeeze. I wouldn't be betting on it. We are in sell mode, so I would expect that, you know, somewhere below this, like right here. It's right here, like 47.20. If they're going to come in, it's like right around 47.20 on gold. So anyways, anyone telling you we're not going to go up today, rest this week, probably out of their fucking skulls. I see gold going up, but there is a trap up here for gold. Just be aware of it to the downside. What else are we looking at? What else did I tell you we'd look at? Told you we'd look at XOM. Where's XOM? XOM. Okay. XOM is doing a classic topping pattern. Now, this doesn't make it the top, okay, for oil, or for the oil making companies, I should say, the industries around. This looks like a top, but it's not. It's likely going to be a base. Now, let's look at XOM on a 30-minute basis here. And what I want to show you here is this daily velocity. It's supportive. And not only is it supportive, it doesn't have a blow-off top yet. And you can even just see right here. Let's take a look in the past, what's happened. This is your top right here. And let's say we do the second one right here. Still plenty of room. We'll try to be conservative in highs, but I do want to show you last time we're like right about here, right about there. And what should be expected out of Zome? You see this right here? It should be something like this. You're basically right here, where they take you down, and then it pops up again, then it comes back down, and it ends up doing this like pattern like this. And you see this? This is called a what? What do we call that? I call it the FOMO. It's usually a FOMO squeeze, FOMO top. And then we consolidate, break down underneath, consolidate. And we should start that process again. Where we do 1, 2, 3, and then break down lower. This is a consolidation, not distribution. And same thing happened here, up to this right side, and we should counter something like that again on XOM. So XOM pretty bullish on. So if you're like looking for something else to be getting long in, pretty much what I'm looking for here is, let me go back over here. This continuation for XOM. So we're going to look at this in 1 month. I don't need to see anything more than 1 month. See how bullish this is right here? Gorgeous and bullish. Now, what you do need to see about this 1 month is, where do we buy a dip on this candle? This is a pretty big candle for the month, right? How do we buy a dip here? Is it way down here at 128? I'm going to go with no. Fuck no. Excuse me. No, it's not that low. Hold on, I got to measure this. We'll just take the word for it that that's the top. 16.3, so it's like 12 something, which I'm betting is right here. Somewhere in there. Close enough. We have to hold this for the month. And we could also snap into the line right here if we wanted to. And we'll come back to it here and clean it up here in just a minute. Somewhere in this zone, we want to buy this. Want to buy 156, 152 if possible. If it's at all possible. We're going to go back to a week. This should start to firm it up. They're telling you, oh, it's way down here, cap 144, 53. We'll drive these in here, but I don't see it. That'd be juicy. That's a juicy dip down there, 144.60. I don't think you're going to get it, though. Maybe worst case scenario. You're like kind of sweeping in there. Maybe, but I doubt it. This is where all the smart money, as you can see them on the weekly basis. They push this up right here, and they want a deal. I don't think it's going to go that low. I think these guys are going to come in right here. I'm going to try to buy that one. We're going to go to a day. And just even on a weekly basis down here, here's your daily buy. 4 hour. Let's just take a look at this prior action over here. This one right here. See this one right here? Plunge it down for the weekly low right here. Plunge it down, weekly low over there. So we'd hope for something violent like down here. Yeah, it's all predicated on like the 70s. This is your FOMO push higher. Four-hour right here. For a new week. Will turn into a week 2 at some point. These are going to be important here. All these will be important. Not right now, but they will be. This will be important for this week. That'll be important right there. This is your Friday low right here. This is your Thursday low. So you want to be watching these two right here. This is 9 a.m. And Thursday, worst case scenario, sweeping that down there. 162, but I don't see it. I see this as being the low right here. They bought this one. They bought this one. They'll come back in for this one right here. That's 180. It's 185. Where's the 80? I gotta go back to the, hold on here. Nope, about a day. I gotta see the prior high back here. There it is right there. See it on a 4 hour? There. It's 176. And there's your 4 hour. And this one comes down. Goes right here. And that's where you break. There's your week right there. Their 15th over there. There's your weekly trigger right there. You're gonna clean all this up. There's gonna be a trap in here for voil buy or XOM buyers. That becomes your fuck you. Smash, smash, smash. There's your plane. It's right here. So you're going to smash this, smash this, smash this, and they're going to come right in. It's going to get messy right in here. $57, yeah, 92. Smash, smash, straight down, depths of hell. Oh, that's where the panic sets in over here. That'll hit 140. And as soon as you take those guys out right there, it's on. That's what I've got. There's your sellers right there, 182.32. Or yeah, lower. So they bomb right here, they bomb right here, and then they're finally 182. And you got this right here. This is the bigger one. Like the moment that triggers right there, it goes straight up. It's almost the slingshot. There's your 200. But you got to hold this. It's going to be a big, big question over here. Keep an eye on XOM at 182.50. And this trend right here should be like should be right here, just like this. Wham, wham, wham. And then the moment that it stops, right underneath. XOM, price target 185.50, but thereafter it looks ugly and messy. Next one we're going to do is Natty Gas. This is the big boy right here. It's where all buyers stem from. This looks good for equities. I don't think this matters just yet, but we'll put it on here. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. There's your Friday high. Keep an eye on that white line right there, but gas short it into the ground. So it's Friday, Friday, Friday. I don't see that. This is the Thursday low that was taken out. Thursday 7. That's all been taken out. This is Thursday low over here. Down. There is a little bit of weakness here in markets, but as long as that's held down, this should go down. This makes markets go up, and then it should be violent to the upside. 250, somewhere in here. Maybe some job owning. This is Monday. This is the everything's going to be fine, and then all of a sudden everything's not fine. This is gas, if you don't know. What's crazy about this is this prior high on Friday, if you see gas at any point break out above this one, I think we start that trade, but I'd like to see us like just a little bit of job owning. Oh my God, everything's gonna be fine. We announced another, we're in big negotiations right now. We're not going to do anything over the Good Friday, Easter, and then you come back to shit show trade. There is another idea here where the job owning doesn't work and it just starts grinding. If at any point you see anything like this, I got this here is dotted. I could theoretically do it like this. I mean, I could do it like this. It should be more something like this. But it's natty gas, so I don't want to. I mean, you could do something like this. That's cleaner for you. And they're going to try to buy this, of course, like right here. But I think you're going to get the next leg that opens the door to blood, and then we go up. Could draw it like that if you wanted. Put natty gas down. Look for like 250 to start entering. You could also leave this as a box if you wanted to like 225. You want like 225 and higher. Could even, like, sometimes this gets bloody. Just a quick wick down. If you see it back up and recovering, you're off and running to the upside up here. I don't think it gets that low, but if you're min-maxing on natty gas, it could be life and death. So I think that's 239.23. That's what I think happens in here. So that's natty gas. If you want to, I'll look for natty gas. Next one we're going to look at, we looked at gold, XOM, and we're going to look at CL next. This is the one that's in stark contrast, of course, to, and I'll save Bitcoin for the end and maybe silver. So this is the one here where, if you're looking for the market to begin crashing, this, of course, is the one that's like, the top was in on Monday at 10 a.m. crowd. They have a fair point to say this. Like, top is in on Friday, or excuse me, top is in on the Monday high. We got it in the morning, and we're going to crash. So this is the one where they're telling you right now, like, here's the high back here. And right off the coast, like right off the start, it tells you oil up on Monday, stock market down. So like if you're looking to sweep the lows on S&P 500, if you're looking for a new low on S&P 500, and then we squeeze up into the 31st holiday trade, all that kind of crap. This is the one that's like counter like to the bull narrative. Like Monday morning high is in, oil is going to careen higher, SPOOs is going to blast down to the depths of hell. We're going to put in the 30s like early. It's short week. Like you'll get like lows on Tuesday, Wednesday. It'll be a bloodbath. maybe they'll let the handoff into Easter for you. It ain't gonna matter, so you get your layoff. And this is the bear thesis. Bear with me here. High is in a Monday morning, crash the fucking market down at 6:30. You get your relief on the Easter weekend, but it ain't gonna matter because we're gonna crash on Monday after Easter. Oil is gonna moon, it's gonna trade $160. We're all fucked. Everything is horrible. And they got a point. You're gonna see sellers step in on the Monday morning high. You're gonna see every high thereafter, sellers step in. And this is the one we're trying to save this for the end because, oil is not going to lie to you. Bond market's not going to lie to you. Like the oil boys are not going to lie to you. They're going to tell you, well, they're not only going to lie to you, they're going to say, don't step in and fuck with the price of oil. And every time you do, we're going to squeeze it and take your money away from you. And we have to rely upon the price of oil being honest. Okay. So this doesn't look good, does it? Now, on the surface, it doesn't look good. I will say this: there is a source of supply here. I'm just gonna try my best for these bulls. You got some supply there, and you've got some supply here. I'm trying my best here, boys. So right off the bat, there's supply here. All right, I'm trying to give this from the Bulls' perspective here. I'm trying to give the Bulls a chance, and you do have a sense of some supply above here. But let's look at it right here, and yeah, we get some supply here on Friday, and we're now on Monday, and we're looking for these supply bros to show up, and we haven't seen them, have we? Like we're still here in this theoretical topping here, and your life depends upon oil, some kind of news, some kind of like job owning from the Fed or job owning from the executive, and they've been quiet. Even though they've been quiet, not quiet. I got some other thing here from them. What are they saying here? I'm assuming this is our boy. What does he say here? Trump issues new threat to Iran's civil infrastructure if ceasefire isn't reached shortly. Trump reportedly warns to take the oil in Iran as Tehran targets water, power plants in Kuwait. Then you have Iran saying troops will be set on fire if Americans launch ground operation. U.S.-Israel plan for Kurdish invasion of Iran reportedly collapsed amid links. We have that information. Iran calls U.S. peace proposals unrealistic. Donald Trump claims Iran agreeing on U.S. on 15-point peace plan. The oil market's telling you, you know what, bro? How about we fire first and ask questions later? So in the face of gold should go higher. XOM should go higher. What else? Natty gas should come down. There's supply on natty gas right now. There's supply on oil theoretically. For all the hey, let's squeeze the market higher. You need to see oil to come down. You need to see some supply up here. To at least cool down the market before raging fripping faces off to the upside. You can't have oil at like the edge of squeeze. So this is a problem. Like oil is a problem for the market right now. And it means too that like every rip and SPY should be shorted. Like when you come into that morning high, they're going to come in and try to sell it. If you squeeze again today, you're going to be shorted into. If you squeeze again tomorrow, you're going to be sold into. And then you've got bad news coming, bad economic news theoretically, and you've got dealers coming in to chase the contract roll on Tuesday. So you have everything set up here for higher oil. And higher oil, lower SPUs, and the crashing and all that other nonsense. So the one thing that I would say to you here on oil is this, like, like it's hard to like try to like give the bull thesis here. So we're gonna give you a little bit of hope, even though you've got the doom and the gloom, and oh my God, oil's gonna scream higher, stock market's gonna crash, everything is horrible. And so we need to look here for is where is the real top of oil? It's back here. And to a greater extent, it's even farther back in time. Let's look at it. Can we get it on this? There's a bigger one. There's a bigger one. Here's a big one. It's up here. And we got to look back here. This is February of 2022. And this is when we got oil up to $130 and $122. We need to snap some lines up here. We want to snap this one. Is that 120 and then 130, right? There we go. There's one right there. We're going to start talking equal legs. We're going to go way back in time and use this as our, here's another one right here. 128.33. We just bring this back. Let's see what happened. They tried it this time, took it down. And so the assumption is here, we're going to trade this up here next. All right. So the last time we were here, we took this one out. The last time we were here, we took this one out up here. We know that the oil barons want to take this, not this one out. They want to take this one out up here. Uh, 128.33 is the target for oil. That's not pretty, is it? That's not pretty at all. $112, $120. I got this one right here and this one right here. There's 116. There's 103. $102. This one right here. That's 115. Oh no, I'm not velocity. Wrong one, wrong one. This is the weakness in SPOOs on an intraday basis. Right there. Right there. So strength here on the first day, 2 p.m. And then down. that one. This is Thursday, Friday. There's 98.5, so it can go somewhere right there. Smash up. No, that one's already taken place. So that one can go up there. $107.50, back down to 100, 98. Six, and then the 12. I think that is where the squeeze comes in right there. This one's down here. This is for the 15th right here. Right up there. So up, down. There's the hour. It's 98.5. You got to hold that. This is the basis here. So you have one. Wait a minute. There's 98. There's the halfback trade right there. There's your $100. Grind, 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 and then pop into the 15th. This is the first. Start catching a bid. This is Monday. This is Friday. It's Monday. Wake up with hot market on Monday. That's the market rolling over on Monday. No later than Wednesday at the earliest, and then into the 14th. Right there. You could make the argument that it's lower, that it's right here. We'll go all the way up to here, right here. But what's crazy in here is we go down. And there's the sweep on the 15th. So some more blood down, blood down, blood down. Smash it down, pop it up finally. Hold that 100. This is your basis here, $100. And your target is like there's a halfback trade up here. It's like it's somewhere in this, it's somewhere in here. And what's crazy is your bigger target is there's a larger target up here. You can see it right there. Sorry, hold on. These guys right here. Bang, bang, bang. And then your bigger move is right here. This is the end of April here. And you finally take that out. So you have like relief rally on the 15th, and then this is where it gets bigger. And you don't even have to worry. I don't worry about that one. I see that one right there. This is end of April into early May, first week of May. Oil cranking, bloodbath in the markets, first week of May. It's gonna be something like this. Like pushing up, told no on that supply, and then there's your daily trigger coming up. And it's fucking boom. Hang tight one second, guys. All right, you see this like push up here? Maybe, I don't know if you guys can see this. There's like a push up with supply right here, but we already hit this target. So the only thing, or not this target, sorry. We've already hit the breakout here from the past to go higher. So you'd expect this supply here, this supply up here, and then this big sell down before we get to this one. The only thing that I don't know about in here is this right here. There could be an argument made that this comes down, this gives you May and June up, and then we deal with more bullshit here. But this definitely is not no pretty. You know what else is no pretty here too is, does it get bought back up in May? Or does it come down? Like, does it all resolve and we're out of here, wrap up geopolitics, or do we continue in the month of May? As of right now, it's set up for continuation, but you know, we don't know what's going to take place with geopolitics into the springtime. Okay, so there's CL. You've got the idea behind CL. Just note that there's sellers here. Note that will grind here sideways. Grind. And they're going to try to hold this. They just have to hold 98.5. It's a little bit higher. It's like right there. You could see squeezing in SPOOs. If they come back down here and they lose this for a minute, but then it should be sold off. Start climbing again. Same thing down here, and then start climbing again. So there's CL. If you're looking to get long on oil, the only thing we can't tell in here is like this end of the month period down here. Does this mean that we're going to continue war or not? Last one we're going to look at here is Bitcoin. So here's BTC. More of the doom on like indexes and stuff like that. You can already see that there's sellers above. They're launching bombs right there. They were launching bombs up here. You know that they're now lower. They're likely right here. And any kind of strength to be sold to the downside. Same shit as before. This is the same stuff as SPY. Sentiments in the shitter. Oh, wait a minute. Back to the 3-month. We're in capitulation, liquidation phase. We're also coming into the lows on this of the last halving, if not already there. Let's check this right here. Same thing here. This looks like allows for more uppies, only to go down. You can see right here, just on the month, the sell down under here. Target is 48,000. Nothing's changed on this for months and months and months and months. Looks like Bitcoin trying to hold on here. It ain't gonna matter. It's just a matter of finding a high to sell in here. You can already see they're trying to sell it this morning. I think it's higher. I think it's 72,000, but you can already see just here in Bitcoin where they were. Right here. Last gaping hopes, dreams. Hold on here. You could make an argument that it could go up here with a bigger sell. They're somewhere in here. But we're already underneath the 3-month. This is the day. I think they're lower. I don't think you're going to have anything on this right here. Maybe. When did this start? This is the 4th of March. All right. This is the 16th of March. So keep this on your eyeballs. Just an eyeball here. Get this high right here, March 4th. Another high on March 17th. We're already past March. So if that's the case, and this is it right here. You see it right here? Well, you're going to be more like this. That was the high in that March. This is the high in this March right here. We're going to change this down. I'm going to start looking at this like this. That ain't pretty. Your sentiment should dive first, which Bitcoin has been a good predictor of that. Target, of course, is 54, 58, 56. It's also 48,000, somewhere in the 48. Roto-Rooter down here. I'll give you one more pop on Bitcoin. I don't think you can get that high personally, but if you can... Nope, not yet. Let's go to this one. Wait a minute. Hanging on with a hope and a prayer. Lower, lower, lower. And it ain't pretty, is it? You close out the 60s. And then you're bashing into the 50s. And it's messy down there. It is super messy. It is like messy. It's messy all the way down to 38. Maybe even lower. There's another 4 right there, locking you in, telling you no. They're just coming in to stomp on you. Here is the 31st weekend. 31st weekend. Where's Monday? Yeah, it's going to deteriorate before we even get there. Bitcoin should begin the turn lower now or soon. Bitcoin could be like just fucking around down here. Like fuck around here, fuck around here, fuck around in here, fuck around in here, no matter what. It all leads to down. Maybe. Bitcoin is a it used to trade like really clean, like Elliott wave. Bitcoin has become like a sentiment indicator for the stock market. This one should fail before the markets fail. It should get trapped up in here. It'll eventually lose right down here. it's going to be messy. This is the 6th, Monday the 6th. You could get some squeezing in here. Could get a little bit of squeezing in here, but that's what I'm seeing down there. Like 50,000, 40,000 into beginning of April. Something like that. Like just rain it in, rain it in, rain it in. And then down. I think you're going to see Bitcoin even underperform even less than SPOOs. Just like suck you down, suck you down. Your potential to squeeze up here. One up here, but you're still like sucked into it. Maybe if you're lucky. It doesn't really matter. It's still like down, 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 and then wham. As soon as you lose this over here, and even then, like, what's really fucked up here too is when they're trying to take this down, they're going to be aiming for 58. That's what they're going to be aiming for. And then you close the door up here. We're not there yet, but you close the door right in there. Now you're just defending the 6,200. And then it's downtown. And you know what else? There's something else about this too is there's one other warning I have for you specifically on Bitcoin in particular. The thing that's fucky about Bitcoin is if you get sentiment down here, be very careful of where Bitcoin can go. I've got it going to 50 or maybe 48.5. But if the sentiment is, oh my God, everything is horrible, Bitcoin of all the indexes can go way down. Just note that this trap underneath 60, if you're wanting to be short something, for sentiment's sake, for downside moves, the moment that the trap happens under 60,000, it could get really violent in the overnights. Just be aware, like weekends, like if all the indexes, like if you wanted like real like panic and shit, it's here. It's down in here. Of all the indexes that don't trade on, don't trade on legitimate, like value, the fraud, just a warning to you out there on the fraud trade. This fucking thing trades against sentiment, in my view. And if sentiment is down in the shitter over there in like end of April or mid-April or like end of April, you got like the saving over here in mid-April for tax returns, like pour it back in the market. But if this proves to be like you're under 60,000, you couldn't get above 62.5, they will fucking sell it all. I'm going to mark my words that like you trap these guys in on the 15th, like you will see headlines into, if you can't escape this is the 10th, but like, let's say you're not escaping this in the 15th, whatever that shit is. It becomes, I should go a little bit over here, but when you start doing this stuff over here, I warn you of all the indexes out there, if there was one that could take the hit, it's going to be that one. And that's just like, oh God, everything is ending. Oh my God, it's terrible. Worst thing ever. And it's like lows you haven't seen. You want to know how deep? You guys want to know how deep? Right there. $25,000. I don't think it goes that deep, but you can never trust the, like if you think the permabull is bad, permabull ain't got nothing on Bitcoin, bro. Like these Bitcoin bros, they get scared way worse than a stock market, bro, and like hey, it's SP 500. This will be more resilient. It will. Not so much Bitcoin. So just want to warn you, if you're like a Bitcoin bro, if you get trapped under 60, and we're supposed to hit 50 and 48, if you see like 4 in the morning, 3 a.m., and they're smashing it down to like 25,000, you're like, they didn't tell me it would go down that deep. I'm just warning you of all the indexes. The most emotional, don't believe a fucking Bitcoin bro, or don't believe a stock market bro. Don't ever believe a fucking Bitcoin bro. They will sell the world. They'll pull the rugs out from under you. They'll dig the fucking 2x4s out of the house and start a fire in the living room. They'll shit in your living room. They don't care. So just it's more of a warning than anything. That if you see us trading this 50 down here at any point, I think you're going to get roped in here, and your sentiment's going to turn faster than it would in the indexes. But just note that once the crashing starts, Bitcoin is probably the most susceptible to lows you've never seen before. Just be aware that down here is no fun zone. I wouldn't buy 50 and 48 on the pin drop. I've done some public like, hey, buy this now. Don't do it on this one. It's probably going to be a dead cat bounce. You most definitely want the sentiment to change. Not on Bitcoin, in the public. So if like down here and the world's on fire, I think that they're gonna squeeze down every last fucking bull out down there. So just be aware of that 50,000, 48 for where we are and everything. They could probably get the most damage. Okay, so that's all of the this is all of the thought process here. It's this isn't like, it's not an exact science where we have to go up here and like hit all of this, but this is where the pain is for a bear. You should see subdued, like already kind of rip gets sold, and you should see the rug pull at some point between now and, we could call it like just after Easter. But if they want to get it started now, they can get it started now. If they want to get it started, like, hey, it's going to be, because the bear case is like the oil case. You get your one choice. You get your one chance at a high in the market today, right? This is the 10 a.m. High on SPY, and now we're gonna squeeze up and break out. I don't think that happens. I think it's gonna be a series of like up and down, and then the breakout. So I think you're gonna see like false breakdowns and SPOOs, false market breakdowns. But eventually, this thing's gonna start ripping. And the closer you get to Tuesday, like this is Tuesday. They're going to try to rip this fucker on Tuesday. They're going to try to rip it on Wednesday. So just note that the rug pull is coming. If you're a bear, I guess if we give like top line to everybody, if you're a bear, you're just waiting. If you're a bull, I wouldn't be buying this, like, or buying the ham accumulation at the dip here, not yet. So you're just waiting for the market to roll. If you're a bull, you could catch a high if you wanted. The 10 a.m. high was nice. If you wanted to catch another, if you're looking for a high on SPY to sell, any back tests of 98.50 would be a nice thing to buy. So if you see any kind of like supply on oil comes down like 98.50, you could probably sell that SPY high. If you see that at any point, you could sell that SPY high. And you should. We've got time in front of us, so I don't see this breaking out just yet. This, of course, is if we don't hear any news. You don't have like, the U.S. has started an invasion and taken Kang Island and all that other nonsense. Let's go back and look at SPY really quick. Let's go take a peek here. We're not getting any ability to launch here. You can see that, right? We're not catching any dips to buy. Still haven't closed the gap down below. Just putting around. I don't think we lose the market here. I think it's just a matter of finding the high to sell. So if we squeeze it at any point today, tomorrow, even this close, we could squeeze any kind of high that you see. And we have some places for it above. If you want to see this in a higher frame, anything up here, and you can just see how this is working itself out. This looks like a, you know how we get the bat wing? Let me just show this to you. You know how the bat wing goes, right? We get a high. We get another high. And then they try to, oops, sorry, you can't see this. I'm on the wrong page. Hold on here. You get the bat wings. You see them, right? It's fairly easy to see. I'll draw it a little bit larger. Here's the bat wing. You get the high. You get the other high to sell, right? The failure. Now, if you're a bull, you're thinking, I'm going to get the high. I'm going to get another high up here. And then we're going to trade the wing, right? The wing on wing. And I don't care what happens after that, that kind of noise. I don't think that's how it goes. I think you're going to get the failure on the big W, right? I think you get the failure before we ever get there. I think they're going to sell us here. They're going to sell us here. And they're going to sell us here. And what we're going to try to do is get us down here to break down below, make the new low, and then the bulls freak the fuck out, and then we start heading to the downside, right in there, right? Like, real bulls are freaking out. Oh my God, my hair is on fire. They told me that I had the bull case. We're going to squeeze up here. We're going to catch the back thing, and we're out of there, all that kind of nonsense. So just a matter of selling these highs. Here's your first one right here, number 4. Here's your second one right here. And there's your last one up here. There is a squeeze line up here. If you do see, there's a few things you need to know here. This is the low that you're marking. If at any point you see this low down here, they'll squeeze it up, and then we'll start the big degrossing to the downside. So you still have time here to sell this. So if you're like a bear or whatever, you're still looking for the new low and then the constant fucking bullshit to finally turn it down. If you're a bull or whatever, you got no trade. I do expect though this to go a little bit higher and then maybe one more squeeze into the week, and then we finally make our way to the downside. Now, if you want to know what the trade is to go down there, I'll show it to you. The rest of it, the rest of the plan. Is that we head down here. We will take this 3-month out right here at 629. We'll get underneath 620, get underneath the 30s. And then once we're underneath the 30s, we'll start trading out start stalling out these bulls up here and start taking it down here. And forget the time. I don't think you get this by the 6th, possibly. And hopefully we can get down to, if you don't know, the target is 590. 590s, maybe 5600s, but I think it's going to take time to get there. I think they're going to drag all of this shit out. I don't think we actually start this until after. I think it's going to take this like garbage. I think it's going to be like garbage. Like, oh yeah, we're going to crash, bro. Psych. Oh yeah, we're going to crash, bro. Psych. Oh yeah, bro. Finally going to crash. And then you got to wait to get paid into May, late April, early May. I don't think it'll be as easy. I think it'll go down there violently, but I don't think it's going to be easy. I think between now and the 6th, it's going to be a lot of bullshit along the way. Here's the gap right here. A lot of diarrhea. And even this is still set up, still good to go. You remember this 3-month? This is the bull capitulation down here. You would sell whatever that failure is. If we start the trade to the downside, we start diarrhea down here. And they'll take us, woodshed us down there. Not there yet. It's parked along the gap from Friday low. Okay. What else we got? We got to catch up for a few things here. My voice is still good, so I'm gonna still talk to you guys. I didn't talk all weekend. I kept my mouth shut. My wife left me alone. SPY just parked right now from its opening low at 10 a.m. Be careful because these late days could be in bull's favor. Got to like 1:30 to make a new low. Maybe 2. You can see the market is weak. All rips being sold. Still have two risk on stocks today. I'm surprised at that. SLDE and VG. Trump signals response to Haifa refinery strike shortly, quote unquote, as White House mulls uranium seizure operation. Bessent vows to retake Hormuz over time. What else we got here? Global demand destruction, subsidies, empty gas stations, rationing, flight cancellations, export limits, price controls. None of this good information. CL still parked on an explosive squeeze move to the upside and obviously into some of this news. It's, quote, not obvious to press shorts here. Goldman's one desk head says market is underpricing the odds of a deal. I still see the squeeze up to the upside. I'm with them on that. Or I don't know if it's a deal. We make air quote the deal thing. I think there's like jawboning deal into the weekend for Easter, but I don't think it matters. Like the oil market's not lying to you. Like we're doing, like every pause is more destruction. It's not like we're ending or pausing the destruction. We're like pausing the Gulf being open. We're closing another strait, or closing the strait and then the Red Sea. So like the Houthis are causing problems. They're like fucking Ewoks or something. I don't know. I mean, they're not Ewoks, but like they're like the sand people, or like the Ewoks. Like they're fucking the thorn in the side, you know? Like for David and Goliath, they're like got a bow and arrow and they're just shooting you in the Achilles to the side. Like, how's that feel? The crash in gold since the start of the war tells us about the magnitude of global wealth destruction. Showed you gold earlier for setups. The setup is perfect for a violent bounce. I agree. So like there's a lot of talk here about a squeeze. I agree that there's a squeeze potential here, but in what's the service of it? It's only to sell. So I agree that the squeeze is here, but it's not to buy, it's to sell. It's just wait for the squeeze to sell. It's not get long for the squeeze. I don't think it is. And you can see they sold at 10 a.m. They sold the high wick at 10. So These guys don't care about squeezes. I think it's a trap for bulls, no matter where we squeeze. Let me see what I can see here. UAE will be pounded if U.S. invades. Iranian officials warn. Houthi Red Sea attack would add $20 to the price of oil. Technicals are setting up for a bounce, but Goldman Glovers when it's not a durable low. I agree. And you got the bounce this morning on the 10 a.m. high, so, or whatever the fuck time it was, 9 a.m. 7:30 it hit a high at 7:30, and then it came in at the 10 a.m. low to buy. So this is the basis, buy 10 and 11 until it fails. I mean, I see the squeeze, but I don't see the squeeze to hold. I see the squeeze to sell. They're up there. They're right fucking here. I mean, they're right here. You can see them right here. This is where that 4 is. And they're right up here at another 4. And they're up here. Up here. This is where I think they're going to be. I think you're going to get some kind of like jawboning. Hey, everything's going to be fine. Everybody's sucking each other off, and then we come back on Monday, and it's fucking sell it all. We're now invading. We now own Iran, which I think is the goal here, or it seems like it's the goal to own Iran, or at least own. I don't know if it's own Iran. I'm misspeaking. It's like more like own Iran enough for regime change that will service everyone's oil at minimum. I guess that's what it means to own Iran. And I don't think you get that with the current class of leadership. The current what is it, like the Groucho Marco disguise that whoever's the leader right now. Whoever's got like the nose and the mustache on and the googly eyes or whatever, saying that they're now the leader of whatever. I'm the new ministry head. Poof, bomb gone. Still waiting for the gap to be closed. We could leave it behind. There's no requirement that we close this gap. The bulls will tell you that we close the gap to go up. You know, I'm pretty bared up here, so we just close the gap, and then, well, you know, like all of a sudden we get the new high over the daily trigger. We're in business. I don't know if I'm on that trade at all. That daily trigger momentum, that daily trigger momentum is vertical to the downside right now. What else we got here? Let's see if I see anything else here. Small caps record shorting. A ceasefire headline will send the index to the moon. Yeah, that's true. The problem for bears, stocks are falling, just not fast enough, despite how bad the last 2 sessions felt. The S&P failed to realize the weekly straddle implied the preceding Friday. Don't believe that headline at all. Don't believe that headline. That's bullshit too. The doors are open to downside. Doors are wide open. Doors are wide open to 20s. Doors are wide open to 6,000. Doors wide open to 5,900. Don't believe that for a minute. They just want a high to sell. It is a warm day today. Yeah. Is it going to be 30 tomorrow or no? Pressing now on the gap down below. I'm gonna have to try to buy this here. Let me hold on here. The news back on above. We've got Levitz on. I don't know if she's still speaking or not. Looks like she's still not on here. Did she already speak? She hasn't come on yet. Rubio, the U.S. is disappointed in NATO over Iran war cooperation. All of it will have to be examined after the Iran war. Note that we've got Carolyn Levitt coming on.
Negative, last down 0.4%.
Netanyahu is in closed-door discussions that any potential U.S. Iran deal will not stop the fighting with Hezbollah. There's some other stuff here. Iran foreign minister spokesman Iran received messages through intermediaries about U.S. seeking discussions, but dismissed the demands as excessive and illogical. Iran not participating in Pakistani-led meetings concerning war. Spokesman urges regional states to remember which side started the war.
So, according to the Israeli Broadcasting Authority, quoting a security...
Give me one quick second, guys. I have some stuff at home I got to deal with. Or personal. It's not quite personal, but the business that I'm in. Just give me a second here.
Marco Rubio saying the war in Iran will be over when US achieves objectives.
Where's that Friday low? Oh, there's that Friday low right there. Oh, silver. I didn't go over silver. I should have. I forgot. I'll look at silver right now. And I'll post it in the Pro Trader thingy. Sorry about silver. I think I like silver even less. Oil trying to break out right now.
The Russell 2000 index at over 4-month low, last down 1.2%.
SLV. I'm bearish on silver too. If you want to know, I'm actually more bearish on silver than I am gold. Like I want to see silver trade 30s. 20s, 28, somewhere down in there. It tends to be like a trailing, like silver should roll before gold does. I think they rein in silver like they do Bitcoin. I think silver rolls before gold. And I think silver goes deeper, like I want to say at least 30, if not 28 and a half. Well, that's half its value. It's at 64 right now. So you could theoretically see silver trade a high of $68, but I think it's going to go down. Fairly bearish on it. I'm just looking for a high to sell on it. And the high could be in at 64 and a half.
According to Politico, the European Commission is asking member countries to consider cutting back on oil and gas use, especially in the transport sector, in a preparation for prolonged disruption to energy supplies from the Iran war.
Not seeing Carolyn Levitt up just yet. Says she's live, but I can't tell if it's like a fake ass Carolyn Levitt thing or. I don't normally have her on, but if she says anything about like, even if it's a lie, Iran has agreed to a pause, and then maybe she'll answer a question next week. Is still part of the old pause, the old 10-day pause. What's her name again? Carolyn what? Carolyn Levitt. I should know her name. She's an alumni at my school. I got a press briefing up here, but I got the presser live, but I don't have her. I don't see a hot mic either, which kind of sucks. I do see the briefing room, though, in this one. What do we got for tech events this week? Oh, for tech events this week, we had Ultra this weekend. And then we have Coachella coming up next. And then after that tech event. Yeah, these are the real tech events. So you don't get roped into the fake ones. Like you don't get stuck at FinTech Americas.
Now started. Reminder, the video is on for those interested.
You say you're going to FinTech Americas, but then you show up to Ultra. Here we go. She's coming on.
Amen in there. We just said a little loud prayer as a team.
Oh yeah, loud prayer as a team. Thoughts and prayers on war.
With Christians celebrating the resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus.
Here we go. Here goes your pause on the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
With faith leaders across the country to celebrate Holy Week. With respect to the ongoing major combat operations in Iran, Operation Epic Fury is moving ahead successfully and according to plan. With each passing day, the United States military is increasing its advantage over the terrorist Iranian regime.
White House Press Secretary Levitt says on Wednesday Trump to host a Easter lunch.
Each strike further
Levitt says the US increasing more leverage over Iran with each strike.
Capabilities and creating more leverage for the United States and our allies. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%. The United States is also decimating the Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than 150 of their naval vessels so far, including 92% of their largest vessels. The Iranian Navy has no vessels operating in major regional waterways and no ability to project naval power, which is why they've been assessed as combat ineffective. Our military continues to obliterate Iran's defense industrial base, with nearly 70% of their missile, drone, and naval production facilities and shipyards damaged.
Come on, you can say it.
Significantly reducing their
Just say it, Carolyn. Say
in the region.
truce until Monday.
Israeli joint forces control the skies and
You can do it.
air dominance over Iran.
Say Jesus Christ, love is going to save the market until Monday. Just say it.
Remaining
The
elements of
trend remains
Iran
clear.
eager for talks.
The United States is conducting more intense,
White House on Iran
targeted
says talks
strikes
are
with
continuing
devastating
and going
combat
well.
power with each passing day to destroy the threat posed by the Iranian terrorist regime, as President Trump sought out to do a month ago. It's no surprise that we are seeing the remaining elements of the regime become increasingly eager to end the destruction and come to the negotiating table while they still can. Despite all of the public posturing,
This sounds a lot like Star Wars, man.
talks are continuing and going well. What is said publicly is, of course, much different than
Levitt
what's
says
being
what is said
communicated
publicly
to
is
us
different from what is said.
I bet.
President Trump issued a 10-day pause to postpone planned strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. This remains a truly once-in-a-generation opportunity for the regime to make a good deal with the United States, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and stop acting as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. If the Iranians reject this golden opportunity, the greatest military in the history of the world continues to stand by to provide President
We're going to need some Jesus is my race car driver music here on the show in a minute.
continues to pay a grave price. One way or another, Iran will not have the credible ability to threaten the United States or our allies, which is, of course, the overall.
You can do it, Carolyn. Just say it.
Set out when he launched Operation Epic Fury.
She's got my earpiece in her ear. She's got me going on in her earpiece right now.
Every single day to
I just stopped her there from a minute. She just flinched.
Capitol Hill have failed to do the same here at home by keeping the Department of Homeland Security unfunded. Over the past 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have pushed our air travel system to its breaking point and inflicted massive pain on Americans with their reckless political games. 500 TSA officers quit their jobs. Thousands more were calling out sick at record rates due to the lack of pay. This resulted in security wait times exceeding 3 hours at major airports across the country, creating nightmares for millions of Americans. Overall morale among TSA staff plummeted as well. All of this creating an unacceptable heightened security risk. Because of the Democrats' unwillingness to do their basic job of funding DHS, President Trump determined that these circumstances constituted an emergency, compromising American security. That's why last week he accordingly signed a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to work with the Director of the Office of Management and Budget here at the White House to use those funds with a reasonable and logical nexus to TSA operations to provide TSA employees with the compensation and benefits that would have accrued to them but for the Democrat-led DHS shutdown.
You got to like get her in the earpiece and be like, the gap is closed. We can go up now, Carol, and get nice.
Their hard-earned paychecks. It should not have come to this point, but President Trump will always do what's right by the American people, and he found a way to do that to get TSA paid. Ensuring that these federal workers who perform critical public safety responsibilities can feed their families, pay their rent, and show up to work is something the president was honored to do. But this moment should be an eye-opening one for the American people. Let's be clear about what is happening. Democrat members of Congress are more than happy to put your safety at risk because.
Hold on. We got to wait till she gets through the bullshit, see if she comes back and says anything.
Democrats refuse to fund ICE because they want millions.
All right, here we go. Just all right, just like switch back into what are we going to do? We're getting a peace deal for the weekend or no?
And thugs to remain.
Not that she would do it. I mean, Trump would be the one to come out and say it, right? He would steal the glory.
Patrol agents. The Democrats created this mess. They are the reason for long.
All right, let's wait till she finishes this one.
Pay Once again, President Trump is cleaning up their mess because he cares more about the American people than destructive,
Fitch
petty,
Rating says
partisan
prolonged
politics.
Iran war raises
With that,
demand
I will take
risks
your
for US
questions today here in
corporates.
our new media seat.
So no glory today from Levitt. We'll just pause this. They're going to ask her all the hard questions. She's not going to answer them.
Is starting to change its position on deportations, border enforcement, possibly asylum policies. What would you say to Americans that are somewhat concerned that
We got no rocket ship here. No Carolyn Kennedy, whoever her name is, Levitt,
Senator, now Secretary Mullen, joining the president's cabinet.
Trump,
I can assure the American people there has not been a
Carolyn.
policy. It has always been the policy of this president.
No go for the Bulls here.
The worst of the worst illegal alien criminals from our communities. That's something I know Secretary.
Market should go down even more.
And it's something that is overwhelmingly popular with the American people. And it's something that is necessary to protect our homeland and to prevent deaths.
No help from Carolyn.
It says most North
Sheridan
American
Gorman,
carriers
a
have
young
not
woman
fully
in
hedged
Chicago,
their
was
fuel
shot and
exposure,
killed on the street,
even if vulnerable to
walking with her
sustained price
friends outside of
increases.
her university by a illegal alien from Venezuela.
What the fuck does this have to do with?
And it's despicable that Democrats are currently defunding.
No. God, here, come on, Carolyn. All right, we're going to turn her off. If she says anything that's market we need to know, I'll put her back on.
On the feed for those interested.
Doesn't look like she's got any positive news for the market here. And not that she probably would. I mean, Trump would probably be the one to come out and jawbone it up. We don't have him on this. He's not coming. I don't see him coming out here. She's now breaking out some kind of wanted poster, like it's a setup, almost like she was new. She'd be asked that question. She just had the photocopy. We're waiting unfolded. So someone had to go back and run the photocopy of this picture and was waiting for the specific question. So we're not going to play her at this point. She's got nothing for us, nothing for the market to react to, at least. It's all just job owning for her politics or whatever. Okay, so we've got no relief here, dragging into 130. We're looking for a squeeze on end of the day here, so we're just going to drag ass sideways until someone says something. Noteworthy, too, this is the Friday low, and that the Thursday low is much higher.
If it says anything Iran tells us privately.
So that low is right here, right in that green line right there. Just watch this green line right here real close. See if we can catch a bounce. This would imply in a short week that Tuesday is going to be down. Just a note to you that if we can catch the new low, we'll see Wednesday be a low. New low in the market, that no matter what happens on Tuesday on the roll, that we're going to go down. So watch closely, see if they can make this new low in the week. Be very conscious of this. If we can catch the new low, it'll tell you that we're going to sell Tuesday, Wednesday, and start ramping to the downside. Haven't put it in just yet. Have not put in the overnight low yet either. The overnight low is at 630.19, which is just below this 3-month right here.
Levitt on the new Iran regime says appear more reasonable privately.
Sits at 330.55. Right in here. The overnight low buyers should be right in here. 330.55. I am long here, by the way, if you want to know. I was long back here. So I get long right in here. I'm long like right here. More down here if we go down there. Long on Jesus calls for the weekend. I don't see her saying anything else right now.
Which I will reiterate, destroy the Iranian Navy, destroy their ballistic missiles, dismantle their missile and drone production infrastructure, significantly weaken their proxies throughout the course of this operation, and then, of course, preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. To your first question, Stephen, about TSA and airports, nothing will be truly...
Let's go back.
Also encouraging Congress to come back to Washington to permanently...
Two questions.
Levitt reiterates Pentagon.
I just want to see her reiterate what their goals are here.
With respect to the timeline, again, the president...
Listen close to this.
The Pentagon has always stated 4 to 6 weeks estimated timeline for Operation Epic Fury. We're on day 30 today. So again, you do the math.
Oh, so now they want 2 more weeks to be finished.
The Pentagon needs to fully achieve the objectives of Operation.
So they're claiming they're going to finish their objectives on the weekend of Easter.
Dismantle their missile and drone production infrastructure, significantly weaken their proxies throughout the course of this operation, and then, of course, preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. To your first question, Stephen, about TSA and airports, nothing...
Sorry, I wanted to hear this because...
be interested in calling on Arab countries to help pay for the cost of the war.
Yeah, I want to hear, like...
And then secondly, the cost of diesel is...
Try to listen to, like...
a gallon right now. What's the message from the Trump administration to truck drivers who are dealing with those high fuel costs right now?
Again, we understand, we hear you, we see you. We are fully tracking this short-term fluctuation in oil and in diesel prices. And that's why the president and the administration have continually announced robust actions to provide stability in the global energy market. As you know, political risk insurance, one of those actions, allowing countries to purchase sanctioned oil just to increase the supply. In the meantime, we've worked to release 400 billion barrels of oil and refined products as well. We issued the 60-day Jones Act waiver. All of this has, with the goal of increasing supply to create stabilization in the market.
Yeah, I expect that.
But the overall message, as we've repeatedly stated, as again, these are short-term actions and short-term price fluctuations for the long-term benefit of ending the threat that Iran poses to the United States of America, our troops, and our allies in the region, and ensuring that this regime can no longer control the world's free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz, which is something the administration continues to tackle day by day as well. Jennifer.
Just 2 questions.
Levitt says expect cabinet officials to travel to China ahead of Trump visit.
So 2 questions, one on China and one on Iran. On China, ahead of the president's trip to Beijing, will there be a working level meeting with Secretary Bessent, Jameson Greer, et cetera, and when will that be?
I do expect cabinet officials to travel to China ahead of time. I don't have a readout on their schedules for you, but this is something we typically do with international travel, as you know. So I'll talk to the Treasury Department and the cabinet myself, and we'll get you that answer. But we do expect them to move ahead of time.
Okay, and thank you. And on Iran, if Iran is kind of cherry picking what tankers get to go through the Strait now and contemplating big tolls
Levitt says
on
the
those
US is
tankers,
not supporting
that
Iran toiling
consistent, or
Strait
how
of
is that
Hormuz
consistent
shipping.
Really, with the president's message about really wanting the Strait to be fully open, does the administration support a regime or system where Iran is effectively charging tolls on these vessels to access?
That's not something we support, and I would reject that they are cherry picking. In fact, as you know, these tankers that are moving through, the 10 that were previously announced and now the new 20, the announcement of 20 additional tankers, which we expect to see over the coming days, are a result of the direct and indirect talks that are taking place between the United
Levitt
States
says
and
expect to
Iran.
see
So you wouldn't
20
have seen those
tanker
tankers
transit
if
the
not
Strait
for
of
the
Hormuz in the
president's
coming
diplomacy
days.
and his team engaging on this matter, which we expect that compliance moving forward. And it's, again, something that we're working on very closely.
So claim that the Strait is open, 20 tankers through, party time for a little while.
Hannah from News Nation. Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. I have 2 for you real quick.
There are reports that Republicans are weighing cuts to health care in order to make way for that $200 billion for the Pentagon and Operation Epic Fury. Is that a trade-off that President Trump supports?
I've seen these reports. I haven't spoken to the president about it, nor have I heard this being discussed in any high-level meetings here at the White House. I don't want to weigh in definitively because I just haven't heard that being discussed here in the West Wing.
I haven't been told I can answer that question yet.
Trump says we're ahead of schedule in achieving his military objectives in Iran. He laid out that 4 to 6 week timetable for this conflict, and we're now within week 5. So how do you square kind of those?
Yeah, we're in week 5. You said it was 4 weeks.
Again, you just said we're on day 30 of the operation. I just provided you with some of the updates from the Pentagon.
Levitt says the 4 to 6 week timeline for Iran.
The market's
proud of our armed forces for what they have done over the past.
the market's poised for all of this right here, basically, right? You squeeze it up, sell it down. You give them until next week. Okay, cool.
On Iran, I know it's tough to engage in hypotheticals, but I feel like this is one that you could engage in if the president does seek.
Probably not, but
Well, if the president does seek, or the United States seeks a ground war, does he intend to get congressional authorization of that march?
Look, the president has been asked about boots on the ground or alleged ground operations various times. He's obviously declined to rule them out. It's the Pentagon's job to provide maximum optionality to the president. It does not mean he's.
That's a good answer.
Notify the media of such decision as not to tip off our enemy. With respect to abiding by Congress and the rule of law, that's something the administration will, of course, always do, and it's something that we have.
Yeah.
Military operations. In fact, prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury, as you know, the administration gave a courtesy notice to Congress in the Gang of Eight, and top-level
Levitt says Trump has declined to rule out Iran ground.
Just to note that I'm long here if you want to know in public.
To provide those courtesy briefings to Congress when requested.
TSA quickly, I've been asked by multiple Trump supporters that have said, given the fact that the president on that Friday gave that memorandum informing the.
I'm on Jesus calls for the weekend.
There's a lot of negotiations involved in a shutdown at this size. Why did the president not sooner issue that payment to TSA?
I'm on Jesus Christ resurrection calls.
7 times.
Those are 0 dates to you degenerates out there, but in fact it's until Monday.
Major airports across the country, American travelers really paying the price for Democrats' partisan games. And so the president worked with his legal team here at the White House and the Office of Management and Budget to find a solution to take care of the emergency that we were seeing in air travel across the country. And it's because of the president that TSA agents are being paid. But again, he's calling on Congress to do the right thing, to come back to Washington and to fund and reopen.
All right, this is more, you know.
To square the 4 objectives laid out by the administration with the goal of reopening fully the Strait of Hormuz, would President Trump declare victory and wind down military operations if the 4 objectives are met but still passage remains quite slow through the strait?
Look, as I've said repeatedly and as the president has laid out, the objectives of Operation Epic Fury.
They might be setting up, just a heads up here, they might be setting up like what qualifies as a
that have long
I'll tell you here in a minute.
United States and our allies, and then of course preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon.
Be careful though, given the
is something the administration is working towards, but the core objective.
Listen closely here because
defined for the American people by the commander-in-chief.
it sounds like she's laying out the path for what the U.S. considers a truce.
Leaving Iran, he said we might blow
For them to come back later in the week and say, look, we got a truce.
Possibly all desalinization plants. Under international law, striking civilian infrastructure like that is generally.
Just a heads up to you that they're laying out what a truce is, even though it isn't.
And how do you square that with the administration repeatedly saying that the U.S. does not target civilians?
Look, the president has made it quite clear to the Iranian regime at this moment in time, as evidenced by the.
And you'll probably have Trump come out at some point in this week and say, regurgitate this information. And hopefully the news has reported it, and then you can say, "Oh, look, there's your truce."
That's not what I said.
Levitt says
Garrett.
Trump expects
And you're
Iran
saying the
regime
word
to make a
potential
deal with
for
the
a reason,
US.
because I'm sure some experts are telling you
Further
that in
saying
your
Iran's
ear,
best move is to make a
try
deal or
ask me
face
that question.
consequence.
Of course, this administration and the United States Armed Forces will always act within the confines of the law. But with respect to achieving the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump is going to move forward unabated, and he expects the Iranian regime to make a deal with the administration.
To that end, which of
Haley,
those
go ahead.
objectives would destroying the
Haley, go
desalinization
ahead.
plant most help?
Haley, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. I want to follow up on
No nukes.
describing that the Iranians you're in contact with are being more reasonable this time around in discussions. What specifically are you hearing that is leading you to that conclusion, and how are you defining what's reasonable versus unreasonable in that regard?
I'm not going to detail
Levitt says
the
Iran has
private
agreed to some
sensitive
US points
conversations
in
that are
private
taking place
talks.
between the United States and Iran right now.
But generally speaking,
Seeing a little
Generally
downside
speaking,
move in
the president gave you the answer.
WTI
What
crude
we're
off the
hearing
back
from
of that
them is
headline.
more reasonable. They
So
have
what
agreed
Levitt saying
to some
Iran
of the
has
points
agreed
the
to
United
some
States
US
laid out,
points
as the
in private
president
talks.
said last night aboard Air Force One. But again, as for the specifics, as these negotiations are ongoing, we're not going to broadcast them to the world unless the president chooses to do so, which he has the full right to do as the leader of the free world.
Caroline.
The president threatened
Basically, I can't say shit unless the president. All I do is repeat what the president tells me.
Is this a policy change, or is he willing to let more tankers into Cuba now?
This is not a policy change. There has not been a formal change in sanction policy. As the president said last night, we allowed this ship to reach Cuba in order to provide humanitarian
Levitt says the
needs
US
to
allowed
Cuban
Russian
people.
tanker
These
to supply
decisions are
Cuba
being
for
made on a
humanitarian
case-by-case
reasons.
basis. And as the administration has said, Cuba's non-functional economy.
This all sounds like job owning, buying time.
Political and leadership change, but there has been no formal change with respect to sanction policy.
So you could expect more tankers to go to Cuba?
Again, these decisions are being made on a case-by-case basis.
That's not what's going on.
You addressed this a little bit in the opening, but just to follow up, because Americans are.
This is like buying time to try to wrap this up by Easter and then say, oops, we couldn't get it done.
Negotiations are underway.
It's going to be bigger. The slow roll of the stock market down. I mean,
Again, they're saying no.
this sounds a lot like you got to figure that if the stock market's going to trade down to the 6,000s, they need as much time as possible for that to happen. So you job own all this shit into the weekend, and then we don't start making our way down until it buys them the time for operations in April and May. So you job own this shit up on public, and then they don't want to lose the market just right here. You don't want to lose the market like first part of April. You want to give it a week or two and then start losing the markets, and then you can come back out and say, hey, all this fell apart, and then we'll readdress it all when we're down at 6,000. Or they'll readdress it at 620 and then 6,000, of course, try to just slow it down.
Levitt saying Trump wants to see a deal before the
Timeline
April
is
6th
waning.
deadline.
Several days left, and we'll see. I won't get ahead of it. We'll see what happens.
This is all Band-Aid shit. It's all like just Band-Aid, slow down the market from crashing.
The president continues to say the U.S. is in conversations with a more reasonable regime, but there are now hundreds of U.S. Special Operations Forces, including Navy SEALs and Army Rangers in the Middle East as well.
There's more than that, dude. There's like 150,000 fucking people there. All times. All the time we have 150K there.
The president is focused on achieving the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. With respect to forces that are on the ground in the Middle East, it's the job of the Pentagon to create maximum optionality for the commander-in-chief. It does not mean the president has made any additional decisions. Again, he remains focused on ensuring that the Pentagon continues to achieve the objectives of the operation that was launched 30 days ago, and we're well on our way to doing that.
So if an American sitting at home hearing him say, I want to talk, but I keep seeing them send troops to that region, what are they to make of what's going on?
There's two tracks here. The president has always said that diplomacy is his #1 option in
He
private.
seems to be saying ground invasions on.
To engage in diplomacy with the Iranian regime prior to.
A lot of this sounds like full-on ground invasion.
He wanted to strike a deal, and he sent his.
And giving them options as we make our way down that path.
Trying to strike a deal, and
What they're not telling you is that. What they're not telling you publicly is the entire plan, right? They're not telling you this is one signpost, this is the next signpost, this is the next signpost. So as soon as that vacuum comes in, it becomes all kinds of other nonsense, like Trump's trying to get out of this, which he's not.
to achieve day by day.
On the shutdown, he signed the national emergency order last Thursday, making sure TSA officers will be paid. There's still other civilian DHS employees, however, who are not being paid.
Yes.
He signed something similar to ensure they also get paid?
Look, the president will always look into ways that we can make sure that the American people are being taken care of and doing what's right by the American people. But again, it's ridiculous that the president even has to go to the length of working with the legal team and the Office of Management and Budget to identify these funds. It is the job of Congress to fund these agencies. And Democrats in Congress have voted 7 times against funding the Department of Homeland Security. Congress should come back and they should get it done. The president, again, made the decision to prevent this existential crisis we were seeing at our nation's airports across the country. That was only going to get worse, and that's why he wants Congress to do his job.
Thank you, Caroline. Since you mentioned,
I'll go to you as well.
You're welcome. Since you mentioned Easter and prayers, I wanted to ask you about something the Pope said yesterday. So Pope Leo said yesterday, and I quote him.
She's also giving up some other stuff here too. Like she's giving up.
Can you comment?
She's setting up like peace deal job owning later in the week or this week. But then she's also at the same time opening the door to invasion. She's basically telling you, you know, that the final, what was it called? Final stroke or something is the next thing. And then we have to plan for ground invasion.
Or with the president calling
The president hasn't authorized it yet, but we're there.
Country overseas. In fact, I think it's a very noble thing to do. And if you talk to many service members, they will tell you they appreciate the prayers and support from the commander-in-chief and from his cabinet.
Caroline, thank you. President Trump told the New York Post that a response is coming shortly to Tehran attacking Israel's largest oil refinery.
Levitt says Iran's leadership is very fragmented.
Is that tied to the success or not of the negotiations?
I don't have any updates for you on the president's comments.
Still consider the IRGC in control of Iran.
Well, look, as Secretary Rubio said today, the leadership is very fragmented. We have really neutered their intercommunication systems, and that's part of this process of diplomacy to continue figuring out exactly who's in charge. I know they appointed a new Ayatollah.
Levitt says identifying Iran's leadership is part of diplomacy.
So that's part of this diplomatic process that's underway right now. I'll take a few more. Solon.
I'm just looking at like tomorrow on the roll, and it's fucking ugly.
To clarify, why was the administration okay with Russia sending that oil to Cuba and not other nations?
Look, again, this was a decision. It'll continue to be
ugly
case basis for humanitarian reasons or otherwise, but there's been no firm change in our sanctions policy.
President Sheinbaum of Mexico also said that Mexico is exploring different ways to restart some of those shipments to Cuba. Is the administration okay with that at this time?
Again, there's been no change in our sanction policy. We still reserve the right to seize vessels if it's legally applicable that are headed towards Cuba and that violate the United States sanction policy. But of course, the president and the administration
Iran's
also
parliament
reserve the
approves
right,
bill to impose
waive
fees
those,
on Hormuz Strait.
seizures on a case-by-case basis.
And to clarify, just any more Russian oil tankers going to be allowed to reach Cuba at this time? I know
Again,
you say case by case, but for the case of Russia, is it pretty much green light right now?
No, that's not what I said.
Levitt on if Russian tankers are green-lighted says no case by case.
Switching topics, the president has always attended CPAC. He did not this year. Why did he not attend, and does he believe CPAC is becoming less relevant?
No, I don't think he believes that at all. In fact, he loves CPAC and has a very good relationship with the great people who run it, Mercedes and Matt Schlapp. It was just simply for scheduling purposes this year, with it being in Texas. It was best for the president's schedule and what he has on his plate right now not to go.
I don't think you'll see Trump out in public anywhere. I saw a speech from him last week, and he looked highly protected. He was like away from the crowds. He was up high. He looked like he had a special suit on when he was out there. He took no questions from anybody, or not even questions. He set up so he didn't have to take questions. I don't think you're going to see Trump out at CPAC or anywhere else right now. Like anywhere where there's any chance of him getting in any trouble. I wouldn't be out in public no matter what party you are. Not right now, not at war. You just stop going to those things. You stay protected.
Reagan.
They know he's not going to show up to CPAC. He's not going to show up to CPAC. He's not going to show up to Kentucky. Maybe, without anybody knowing. You can't do that when you're in a time of war like this. You wouldn't expect him to show up. He shouldn't. I wouldn't. You would tell any president not to do that. Not when you're in the midst of this right here.
Secretary Rubio this morning, and we did express our concerns with Israel with respect to these holy sites being shut down.
Yes, I did see the CPAC meme video.
Of course, safety is a top priority, but we understand Israel is working on those security measures to reopen.
The fucking pitchforks were out, and they were just like, impeach anybody, we don't care. Idiots.
In Texas, 9 people have been convicted by a federal jury on domestic terrorist charges.
I saw that.
The White House has previously indicated that you guys are investigating Antifa, who's funding them, who's leading them.
Who's got a fucking phone? Who the fuck's got to dial up a fucking ringer phone?
Sources: drone targets
Well,
U.S.
know
diplomatic
that there was an
facility
entire
near
task
Iraq's.
That's the red phone ringing from the behind the podium. That's Trump calling.
Of Antifa, which, as you know,
It's like, shut up!
President declared a
I
domestic.
didn't say make that public yet. You're taking my glory.
We will continue to look into it. I don't have any updates on those specific investigations, but I'd be happy to.
I think that's her phone ringing.
To you today, as this continues to be of the utmost importance.
I bet you that's fucking Trump.
On one question on land.
Complete and total control of information.
American-made landmines have been spotted on the ground in Iran. Did President Trump sign off on using U.S.-made landmines in Iran?
I don't have any comment on that report today.
Caroline, whether they're being used at all?
I don't have any comment on that.
Karen.
Two on DHS. You said that the president is encouraging Congress to come back to D.C. You also
Yes.
said yourself. How has he done that? Has he told leadership that they should cancel recess and come back?
He said it repeatedly. I think you recall. He said
That
he'll
says
host
Trump
a
wants
big Easter
Congress
dinner
in
here at
session
the
to
White House,
end the
and Congress will
DHS
come back,
shutdown.
and fight the Democrats on this issue, which
And
we
that
should
concludes
do.
the White House press
Again,
conference.
The Democrat Party is in the wrong here. They have
All right, so they cut her off here at this point. I'm going to turn her off. There's a couple things that I took away from that presser. One was she's probably laying the groundwork, some kind of groundwork for Trump to come out and say there's a peace over the weekend. That's what it sounds like. But she also opened the door to a ground invasion. She was very, not slippery, but just like dodging and weaving, basically saying, yeah, we're setting up for a ground war, but we're not going to do the ground war unless, these other things happen. Now, there's other players in this that don't involve her and us. Of course, that's Iran and some of their proxies that are out there, like the Houthis. That's still not what we want for the squeeze, is it? It's still not the starter we're looking for the squeeze. Maybe we put in another low for the weekly low. It's possible, and then squeeze, but I'm still long here. I'm not going to get unlong. It's close enough. I still think we should sell higher. We should be selling like the 48.5 or something. Somewhere like that 48.5. If they can hold us under 650, then they've done their job, or the sellers have done their job to reset volatility. Still long here. We'll see how this pans out into 2:33 p.m. But I got another buy down here, so I'll buy that if we need to. Maybe they want to put the weekly low in for the doom coming next week, potentially. We're so close right here. It's so close that it's worth getting long, in my view. I don't think we're going to start crashing just yet. Yeah, I guess the flip side of that would be we do start crashing sooner than later. I don't buy it, though. I don't think the street's going to jump on that trade until they get cheaper. But that's Carolyn Levitt. She is actually opening up the discussion to a ground invasion, more so than I've heard her in the past say. I'll give you some highlights from what she had to say in here, if I can, if there are any highlights. The U.S. is increasing its leverage over Iran with each strike. What is stated publicly differs from what is conveyed to us privately. That's on Iran. That's been a fucking mess. That's been an entire mess. The U.S. is seeing remaining elements of Iran eager for talks. Talks with Iran are continuing ongoing as well. You got to take that with a grain of salt because the main talking points they're not in agreement over. They're in agreement over the nuclear stuff, but there's like a lot of like the bigger problem is you're there. Like we're there right now, right? So you need guarantees that the strait won't be closed. If you're already down there, if you're already down there doing the work on the engine, we might as well change the water pump while you're down there. For you guys out there that aren't like crayon eaters like me, if you're down there already, changing the engine, you don't change the water heater, you're just asking to go back down there again in the future, right? I think that's the argument here. Levitt saying the U.S. is seeing the remaining elements of Iran eager for talks. Anything Iran tells us privately will be tested. Appears more reasonable privately. Reiterates Pentagon estimates 4 to 6 weeks for Iran war. They're already 5 weeks in. I think they're claiming they get an extra week, and then they'll try to argue there's 2 more weeks next week. In the meantime, Iran's not cooperating. Expect cabinet officials to travel to this all next to this all in China. Trump would be interested in calling on Arab countries to help pay with the cost of the war. You know, Japan's already training with Philippines. So he's got those partners on board already. Expect to see 20 tankers transit the Straits in the coming days, buying more time for a couple more weeks. Trump has declined to rule out Iran ground operations. That's key to know. So they are opening the door to that discussion of invading Iran with troops on the ground or owning all of Iran, not just Kang Island or some of the surrounding beaches or islands. Iran's parliament in response to this was to they approved the bill to impose the fees. You know, the fees aren't that big of a deal. They add $1 to every gallon, I think, from what I did for the math. So a dollar here and there is not going to matter when you got gas at $4, $5, $6, $7, $8 a gallon. It's just one more. It's just pig piling in. That's all I got on that stuff for Carolyn Levitt. Just make sure the news is on. Maybe sweep the lows and then start heading higher. Well, that'd be it. That's all I got. The one key point here, too, is we have a magnet higher on the Friday target. It's at that same 646 that we sold in pre-market this morning. So we're just trying to keep us away from that 46 until all that gamma blows off on tomorrow's close. That's all I can see here. And the rest of it is just a bunch of squeeze stories. Like we're primed up for a squeeze into the quarterly roll and thereafter to sell. Just a bunch of stories on squeeze. That's all I'm reading here. I don't think anyone's not bearish here. Just the only thing left to do is maybe take out a high to sell. Thesis being it's around the 48s. There is room to squeeze to 60s and 70s. Not 70s. Hold on. There's room to squeeze. Where's that squeeze zone? There is room to squeeze to 58, but we need a lot more. We need some help if you're going to get up there. We need some end of month gamma roll off to get up there. Maybe the stop buying puts to get up there. Dealers to counter that trade. Outside of those two things, I don't see what the bulls have going for them. I don't know how long the job owning will help. Just note that I am long here on this squeeze to or on this trade up into 48 or higher tomorrow. And then there's some other problems here too. It looks like the early short week sellers want to get a print down here to 30. I don't know if they can get it or not. They get a little bit of help here with Carolyn. She's not given the all clear sign for a truce over Easter yet. So the Jesus is the race car driver trade is not doing so well. They're trying to get this weekly low in before we even consider Jesus is my race car into the weekend, for a better way to describe it. So what else? I think that's it. I'm gonna take a quick break and let my voice rest. My voice is all fucked up. I've got COVID, I think. I'm not sure. I haven't taken the COVID test. And I hope I don't have COVID. They have like a new strain of it going around. It's really weird how I'm sick. It's like my head is fucked up, and I get blocked airs, and my brain gets all fucked up. Not all fucked up, but like it's almost like I got ear muffs on. I can't hear nothing. And then I get the bullshit fucking temperature fluctuations, same shit, same temperature fluctuations, and sore throat. So we'll keep watching this right here, see if this holds, and if not, we'll start making our way to the downside. We'll just keep watching this right now. Watch out for fuckery between 1:30 and 2 p.m. We get VIX fuckery right in this zone right here. So keep an eye on that between 1 and 1:30. I'm going to stop talking right now, and then we'll do the expectations for tomorrow. I am long right now, and I will buy this dip down here, whatever this one is. Right here, if I can get anything, if I can get any adding down here, I will. I'm already long right here. Just trying to get long here and here. Trying to pick up that trade for the sell trade on high. And then hedge into, I'll roll into a hedge for, we'll start talking about a hedge for May, first week of May. On that high, whatever that high is. If we even get it. I don't even know if we can get the high. They can just pin us down here and just keep pinning us. And get nasty. I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. I'm going to go potty really quick. And I'll be back for the end of the day expectations. She ain't helping at all, is she? I don't think she helped. I think they were looking for anything from her, but she looks like to me she was opening the door to a wider war. Let's change this out here. This is the white line that's down here. This is the overnight low. Might need to sweep that. Sometimes we'll take out the overnight lows and the weekends. Just keep an eye on that low down there. Still have nice supply on oil right now. VIX 9-day, we were looking for VIX 9-day to get up to 31.88. We hit it on Friday. It's trying to break out again. I'm hoping that there's some supply there. We're trying to smash that VIX 9. Just keep an eye on that VIX 9-day. It's kind of your key.
According to TechCrunch, Meta starts testing Instagram Premium subscription. So a bit of an update on the market right now. Treasuries bounced after a slide fueled by concerns over the economic fallout of the war in Iran, with traders resuming bets on a Fed cut in 2026 as Reserve Chair Jerome Powell eased fears about any imminent impacts of higher energy prices on inflation. NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at around $102.88 a barrel, up $3.24 or 3.25%. NYMEX diesel April futures settle at around $4.36 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at around $3.35 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at around $2.88. US oil settles above $100 a barrel for the first time since the war. Brent crude futures settle at around $112.78 a barrel, up 21 cents or 0.19%. Al Jazeera saying Iran's first vice president says Trump can make the decision to send his troops to Karg Island, but the decision to bring them back is not in his hands.
Just a heads up to you, this is the next place that I want to buy a dip, right in here. Looking to see if we can catch a turn. If I can't catch a turn, I'm not going to add it to the trade, but I'll add right here. If not, if we go down further, I'll wait and buy it down below. It's over here. This market doesn't want to hear anything she has to say. Note that oil is breaking out right now. Watch out for a squeeze on oil and a blast down on SPY. I guess the question comes, do I get to even come back on from Easter and see if it's going to be on fucking fuego? Are you feeling any better today or no? Yeah. I hydrated enough before I went to bed last night. That's the only thing that's saving me is drinking water. Oof. Nasty ass candle. Look at that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's the we don't believe anything you're saying, Carolyn candle right there. Dunking their balls right and everything she said today.
The S&P 500 extends decline to 0.5%. US stocks extend for the Nasdaq down 1%.
I think I'm not going to wait. I'm just going to buy the rest of them now. They're holding value good here. All right, there we go. Pray for me. You know they're gonna try to like keep this shit under the 40s now for tomorrow, for Wednesday, or 42.5 for the caller. Where's my pencil? You got my pencil? No, got a special pencil.
The S&P 500 fell as a rout in chip makers offset gains in most major groups. So again, this is the market rout. The S&P 500 fell as a rout in chip makers offset gains in most major groups.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
$100.
I was sitting here trying to put a trade on here in the background. Ooh-wee. Smashing through the 3-month there. Did it in the overnight hours? Did it just again?
And I think they will.
Woo. No love in the champagne room down here. This is even uglier. This keeps us under 42 for roll day up here. Woo. No joy in the champagne room on Carolyn Levitt today. Ugly close. And I got a bunch of calls here now. I've added my second round. Let me get this over here. I wasn't paying too close attention here. I was trying to like put on a second round of calls. I bought a bunch more calls right in here somewhere, right on this candle right here, this big red candle. So I'm long. Let me just check and see what I got here. We got 648s for April 6th. They're currently sitting at $2.30. They went as low as $2.21 at one point. They're higher now, but don't believe that. They're at like $2.21 or $2.20. They caught me inside of it on this downstroke right here. I'm at like $2.30, much higher. I didn't get in on the low right here. But this isn't good. This is not good. Not only is this not good, the Friday, this was the pin on, here was the pin right here. On the Friday, no, so where's QuapX pin? I got the wrong one. The QuapX pin is right here on 41.42. And that, you know what that means, right? There ain't no 48. There ain't no 48 girl. There's 42 girl. So even this right here, even if you were to come back up, right, for monthly roll and 42, the door is closed to 48 now. This door is closed, and now it even goes lower. It's even lower now. It's 42.5 right here. So even if you squeeze dong up here, you're trapped right in here. This is the Friday pin from QuapX to go lower. So they're even closing the door here in the close today. That's no pretty right here. This is bad. And what this does is it sucks in the upside expectation, like any upside, to 42. What was at 48, now at 42. Just a warning to you. This right here, this like first sell right here, now becomes, this turns into red. Now this turns into yellow. And this turns into a day. And there's no above 48 now. Just 42 is the it for this. So just be careful here. Not careful, but just 48 is the top, or for 48 was the top on the week. 42, 40, 43.95 is the top on the week, and 41.25 is the highest expectation you would expect. God damn. 41.425 now, high on the week. And that makes this one red. That one turns red, and you'll put in a new one right here. 639.68 would be the high now in the week. Not pretty. Does not look good. Not only that, for end of the day expectations, it's now 216. So there's a door closing above. Man, no sunshine for bulls at all here. See this right here? Hope for a squeeze up to 60 or 48. Hold this 48. Not that high, a little bit lower. Before a roll. This new low right here stops that and makes this the high right here to go lower. And what's crazier about it is this is the pin on the collar. This is the pin on the collar right here. I believe it's right here. I believe the collar is right here, but you ain't getting up. I don't think we get up there. Maybe for a brief moment. Maybe for a brief moment we do. Into tomorrow's open, but I don't see it. I see it like
says they targeted the infrastructure in the heart of.
Here, this is the. Let me just check this really quick. Get the exact strike on it. Is it 64.47? Right here. This is March 27th. Oh, I got the dates wrong here. Hold on. 47. That's still there. It's still there. It's still sitting there. What is that? 6448. Just check this really quick. It's Thursday, the 26th at 4 p.m. 1600 right there. This becomes best case scenario. But even so, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's still kind of viable up there. Still kind of viable, but You could theoretically say 48 still viable. But I don't believe it. Hold on here. I see it lower. I see this being the new high right here. And you put the day candle in right here. Yeah, this will become the day candle right here. I think, right? Yeah, I think so. Let me just check this on the 1 hour. It's Friday. No, this will become the day candle right here. Hang tight here, guys. This will become the day right here. Let's check this 4 hour. There's the 4 right there. There was another 4 right there. This becomes the closure here. They ain't buying none of that. They ain't buying none of that Carolyn Levitt stuff over here. They're just like, nope, fuck you down here. Fuck you down, 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 and pin it down as deep as possible. Hang tight here. Time is it right now? Is it 3:30? That 4 hour candle there is vicious. We're still not at 6,300 on SPX either, so it could be more down here. Still haven't smashed into 6,300 yet. Still, it's at 6,324. So we're lower than 6,325, which is doom. It's done all it needs to do in the downside. We went past 63.25, so it's all that needs to be done. Let's check this really quick. Weekly expectations even lower, 610. With that break, it gets even uglier. $611 on board on the week, believe it or not. See it? It's pretty low there. And on the day, 48 still apparent, but I don't think it's going to matter. It's like 648 still up there to trade, but it's not going to happen. It's going to close right here. It's going to close at 637. It's saying this is still viable up here, but I don't believe it. Like, I really don't. Let's go back over here. There's the 1 month hanging balls, but it ain't going to matter. This turns into yellow. This market wants one thing only. Crash, baby. There's your monthly target down there. 607, but it's lower. Nope. Nope.
Voice news disconnected.
1 month right there. This now turns into rejection. This turns into rejection. $646 now becomes the no-go. I guess it's $2 lower, not I said 42, but it's 46. 1 month door shut right there. Wait a minute. I gotta keep consistent here. So it is right here. All your targets down below. Here's 613. That's a target. We already know about all this stuff, though. You'll clean all this up down here. This will all get traded. This whole band will get traded. That's 599. And then in a week, this is where it gets nasty right here. This is weekly expectations. Weekly expectations are now, because of that door closure, 611.96, 603.90. This is before a week out is an expectation right here. It's kind of gnarly. And what else is crazy too is that there's now a weekly high right here. Cannot pass this one now where it was above, where it was at 672. It's now right here. Doors shutting everywhere. We've got daily. Look at this one. And not fascinatingly, look at this right here. This is where the JPM collar is. So even if you come up here, that's 643, 642, still down. And to boot on this one here, you got more doom. You got doom, and you got doom right here. Four-hour hanging dong to the downside, and this breaks the overnight low down here. You can't see it on the SPY chart, but there was an ES low that was right here. That's been broken. That's warning you for more down to come. And that now means this right here. Stack that one right there. Stack this one right here. No, that's wrong. It's supposed to be 4. 4 here and 4 here. And no matter what happens in here, this all becomes bye-bye, see you later. You see it right there. This is your first target. And then all this right here gets hit. It's gonna be fast. It's gonna be faster than you think. Like we'll do this right here like in April. And then even if we squeeze in here, it doesn't matter. Let's go to the 1 hour. Look at that. That's the Monday sell right here. New weekly low. Week in 2 days. Didn't even take a day. 1 day. New weekly low. And to boot, you could. There's 29. Still overdone here. This is Tuesday, 9:30. 8 in the morning. Blast down there. And even if you squeeze up here, it ain't going to matter. It ain't going to matter. You're going to start putting these in right here. None of that matters. Down and down. Woof. It's right down there. This is where the, there's nothing here but a gap. I mean, look at that. That's not even April. That's Easter weekend. That's crazy. Just blood in here. Carolyn Levitt not able to assuage market fears. She came out and had a speech here at, I don't know, somewhere in here, 1 p.m. They told her, fuck you, that's not a stop. We're going to ramp everything up. If you look here on a 1 minute basis, blood. They gave her the chance in here. Somewhere in here, it was like 12:30, 1 o'clock. She said, nope. We're going to expand the war, and troops are not guaranteed, but pretty much guaranteed on market. This is where the collar is up here. And even if you're to come up here, it ain't going to matter. It don't matter. It's littered with sell, sell, sell. On a weekly, you'd now have to get above 647.61. That ain't happening from this, is it? Oof. That is not looking pretty. And to boot on this, you've got very negative flows tomorrow. In the morning, you get very negative. So, like, does not matter what this is. No squeezing up into the close. No squeezing up for the 31st. And now you're faced with negative flows on close tomorrow. I'd say we fucking bury it. Where's the 30s? Let's have a look at where's 1600. I mean, fuck it. I'd just start to say we'd smash it down, right? That's what I would hope for. As long as you possibly can. There's 1600 for tomorrow. Was Monday or was Tuesday? Deep in the money. Oh, where's Tuesday? Why is this not showing up here? It's more than 1 minute, that's why. Like, none of this shit matters here. 1600 on Tuesday. Smash this fucker down tomorrow. Right up there, down there. Tuesday, 10, 11, 12. And then maybe. And they lock you in right here. That's like best case scenario for bulls. Best. And what the worst part is, you're locked into this new, you're locked in at like 641, 642 at best case scenario. Worst case scenario, it's right here. 639.70. Best case scenario, send it down with the roll, squeeze up in a day for 0 dates, and even then, you're just right back down into the doom. Like, this is all mechanically, you're getting pinned, man. There's like nothing. Like, you can get no chances out of here. I give you a chance at 12 o'clock. Give you a buy flow chance at 10 a.m. So they squeeze it up, right? Buy flow chance at 10 a.m. Right here. Carolyn Kennedy comes out, tells you, nope, we're going to expand the war. Flush it down. You would expect the same in here, too. Doom into tomorrow. Well, I was hoping we could get up here, man. Squeeze up here. Told no. And we're not running off of economic news right now. We're still running off. You can see it right here. We're running off of executive authority. Like, they're hoping for anywhere to hide. They're not getting the hide. We'll just do 10 days, and we'll deal with it in a week. Can you do that? Nope. And no Trump coming out in that presser to try to assuage markets. And I would expect more of the same in here. And even this speaks a bigger story here. The bigger story here is every time, like, if you look back here, this was the first chance to get out and make a choice if we're going to go up or down, and they sucked you down, right? Did it again in here. Give us another chance to get out, right? Just a choice to go up or down. And what do? Suck you down. Whoop. And they're sucking us down again right in here. Right in the beginning of the week. You can see it. That's your high, right? 7 a.m. and then your 10 a.m. buyers. Nope. 12 p.m. buyers. Nope. Or sorry, here's your. Just figured. Or there's your early morning high. This is your chance to buy a dip at 10. No. Chance to buy Carolyn, whatever her name is. I want to call her Carolyn Kennedy, but her name's like Carolyn Levitt or something. Nope. Take you straight down here. Nobody's business. Same thing into tomorrow. Little bit of grab. No news for you helping out. Send it straight down. Zero dates kick in. This is like 1:30 in the afternoon. The zero date should kick in between 12 o'clock and 10 a.m. somewhere down there. Usually it's like 1 in the afternoon. It'll kick back in and we'll get a spike up on the zero dates that come with it. But the key part here is that no matter what you get for Easter, like, oh my God, we got Easter help and all that kind of stuff, it don't matter. Squeeze back up there. All of a sudden you get the hit with, once the dealers are stopping, it's down here, all the way down there. This is the first, second, third, sixth in here. All of a sudden, you're trying to squeeze up there and it don't matter, right? Down, down, down. Down, 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 downside. Oof. Not pretty. I got calls here too, so don't get me wrong. I got calls right now, but this isn't good. None of this is going to matter. You're getting locked in and locked out into the crazy town downside. And this is ugly here for the morning. Normally, we don't start ramping until end of the day. Normally, what you'll do is get a pop on the 31st, and it's like huge downside roll, rolling a bigger hedge. And then the zero dates calls usually don't kick in until they're dead. And then they'll kick in up here. They'll kick in like end of the day, ramp us up. But dude, we're locked in now. We don't go nowhere. There ain't no out. And there ain't no out this weekend. There's no, I don't care what squeezing. Like you would literally at this point need, if I had to guess, at this point you need war over. If I had to guess, it's war over. So it's just more like, no, sorry, way is lower. And look at this pick right here. So all they got to do is take this one out right here for Thursday, Friday. You can see it right there. So that fucks with all the zero date calls for tomorrow. It just like stops it. It like stops the breakout squeeze. I guess that's a bigger way to explain this is it doesn't have to go down anymore right here. There's no need to, but it doesn't matter because you're stopped here. You're stopped even in here. Even if you hold this tomorrow, it only goes down here. You're still stopped right here. You've still got these sellers to deal with. So you get the zero dates holding you up, and then the dealers are no longer counter trading. It's still down. It's brutal. It ain't pretty. That ain't good on a Monday, especially in a short week. You get the new weekly low in. It's done, and I would suspect that tomorrow is going to look like that. And maybe even, well, there's 24. There's 620, 630. I close the gap here. 660 be nice. Like bleed all that down and then up. And this also implies some other bigger things here too. This is all in closing the door. This is all a function of closing the door to know that this is the only way down. This is the only way down. There is no, you can see it too, the violence of this daily trigger coming down. Look at that. Whew. Look at that. Look at that right there. It's violent. More violence to come to the downside. Not pretty. I was hoping for 48, like something in here. Give me like something up here to sell. But they're not even taking the time. They're just like, nope, sorry, down. There we go. Down, down, down. Elevator. Not staircase. Elevator. Okay, so expectations into this close for tomorrow. This is the expectation. So we've got end of quarter for tomorrow is the 31st. I want you to be aware of a few things for tomorrow. You have to be aware of this for tomorrow. In most of these situations, on a quarter end roll, what you'll get is you'll get a small pop. Doesn't matter where we are. Small pop, right? And then you get like 8:30, 9:30 in the morning, bunch of bad flows. They get posted publicly. Bunch of other people follow that same trade right at the same time. As soon as they hear it, they hit the same trade. Initially, they load up these bearish trades with a bunch of zero-day calls. So the immediate thing that happens is you get a breath of fresh air. Normally, not every time. Don't hold me to this. But normally you get a breath of fresh air. Right at 9:30, though, it should start dropping violently. And this would be dealers chasing zero-day calls being bought, countering all the zero dates, chasing the bearish flows. We blast down. And then usually by like 12:1, all those zero-day calls, they prepackaged into this trade, this bigger trade 3 months out, will come back to haunt. The dealers will counteract, like they'll chase the down trade and then chase the zero-day call trade all the way up here into the bell. But the set is, or the stage is being set for no breakout trade, no 48 trade, no 60, 50, I think it's 62 or 58. Like this big squeeze zone that's up here, that's, you can just kiss that shit away. Like this big squeeze zone up in here, you can just kiss it away. They're building it out on you right now. They're building it out on you right now. And they're anticipating and pricing it, not just anticipating, but pricing in all this fucking doom when it comes in mid-April or June or whatever. And we talked about that on Friday, like we're going away from staircases to elevators. There's an elevator right there. And so just note that your doors are closing here in like this big historical way. As you already know, you've got me going down to 6,000. I think it's going to be deeper. I'll be honest with you guys. I think like 5,600 is probable. It's still a low percentage chance, but I would suspect that this is an operation, like top line operation from White House to slow down the destruction of the stock market. Let's like write it down. I'm in the White House and I'm like, okay, I got to do anything I can to slow down the stock market. And the only reason they're attempting to slow it down is to buy time to do more damage in Iran. That's it. So like jawbone, send out Carolyn Kennedy. I'll come out on Thursday and try to tell them that we've got a truce and all that other kind of stuff. But they're trying to slow down what is apparent, which is there's a plan. They're not sharing the plan. They're not sharing the signposts. There are contradictory information out there about them meeting those signposts. Like, are they really negotiating with anybody? Are they really like, is there any kind of movement here? And the market's at the shoot first and ask questions later portion of it. It's like, yeah, keep talking, bro. We'll just keep pricing in all this damage to the downside. And this is not good. Like, this isn't pain trade or anything. This is like locking you in, shutting doors above you. Bye-bye. Sorry. Nope. No hopes. Start panicking, start freaking out, whatever it is. Start your capitulation phase. Do I have whatever you want to call that? But the point that I'm trying to make to you is the doors to downs. I'm long too, just a heads up to you out there. I'm fucking super long. But even though I'm super long, it's not in service of we're going higher or this is the bottom, any of that kind of stuff. But just a note here, for this is expectation for tomorrow. Ready? Like, no matter what happens up here, no matter what happens, right? I'm going to give you this one right here. This is a dot like this. That's all it needs to be. More down to the downside in here for tomorrow. We'll make this 1 p.m. We'll make it as late as possible. That's a down move right there. And I'll give one more squeeze with a straight leg up here. And I'm not going to make it dotted. It should go up there. And this is 1,600. And the best case you would expect, and I think it's actually lower right here. And I think this will be the last gurgle of the bulls. We'll be gurgling in here, whatever. Maybe you get Trump trying to come out and say something, but even into end of week, seeing as we're getting violent with it. End of week expectations, this is Wednesday, 1,600. And here's Thursday. And I would even say 600 is possible into the bell. Thursday's bell right down there. Something like that. And I'm going to give this one as a dotted line 2. I got that right? No, I got that right. I got that right. That's a solid line 2. Sorry about this. Hold on here. That one's for sure, not for sure, but fairly edgy. This is fairly edgy here. That's a good one right there. And then just this one right here. It's that fast. Like, I think it can go that fast. It's going to be a bumpy ride, but it's definitely possible. The full panic gets down in here into the weekend. Did I fuck that up? I'd like to see that one right there. And just start smashing it down and down and down. This is the party time. I don't know if it's into the 6th, but maybe it's over the weekend. So you got the new low right there. And this one, best case right there. That's the best the bulls can hope for there. And then just wrangle it in for a new low. There's your second low. There's your Friday low. Thursday low. This is your long weekend over here. There's your monthly. And another monthly target down there. So here we go. Expectations into tomorrow. Trade to 634.14. Weakness all day long, and then sucked right back in, or kept from going higher into Wednesday. That's crazy right there. And I'm scared shitless of this one. I have to be able to close this position on the open tomorrow if we start selling. So we come up here into the open tomorrow and we start losing whatever this is right here. I got to sell immediately. And try it again in the morning or in the afternoon. Expectations into tomorrow. Not pretty. Yeah, right up here. You can see it right here. It's fairly easy to see. This is the no-go zone now. And this is the no-go zone here. And these will turn into 1 and 4 hour tomorrow, or 4 hour and daily tomorrow. That'll be a daily candle for tomorrow, and this will be a 4 hour for tomorrow, and this will be another 4 hour for tomorrow. So this will be 4, 4, and 1 up here. There ain't no escaping that. No escaping this. Is your weekly high right here. So even if you come up in a 10 a.m. tomorrow, sellers, right at 4, 12 o'clock sellers. Give me the new low. That low was 28, so 25, 24 and a half. This only needs to be at right here. Just right there. So sweep down in here, rip all that shit to pieces. And then maybe we get up that high. Maybe if we're even lucky. I think it's going to be lower. I think it's going to be, I mean, we'll give that as the high, but they're going to try here. They'll try right here too. They'll try at the half right here, get it down. Try it up here, get it down. It ain't gonna matter. It's gonna turn into a failed. So like just right here, just to show you, this should be the first bump. Should be a second bump. Should be a third bump up here. Now it's gonna turn into nope. Swing, hit the lows, come back up. This is your second W right here. And they're going to fail you in there and take you to the downside. You already see it in here. Down, down, down. Failed breakout. I'd even lower this in there. Stall the close tomorrow. Stall the close right in here. Trap you in and then down for new lows. Whew. Let's look at this on a minute. And this is best case scenario. Like this is the best you can hope for right here. Like right at 9 a.m. What is this? Where's Tuesday? It's 4 a.m. This doesn't really track well with the minutes here. This is 8 a.m. Like trying to do this on a minute and an hour doesn't really cut it justice. It's like right in there. On a 1 minute, it's right in here. And look at this one coming down right here. This one's coming down right here. You see the trap up in here for this is the open tomorrow. This is 9 a.m. And it's just fucking hammer time. You know, you buy the dip in here, right? Slam down in the overnight. Try to buy the dip again. This one comes back down in the morning. Slam me down right on the opening bell. Bad flows, back up again, new low. New low. And there's 3 in there. You can see it right there. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. Down, down, down. And then you're not even, the worst part is you see this right here? You got a bomb, another bomb, and now you're locked in down below. It's sellers there. Sellers right there. And there's the death knell into the rest of the week. God damn. Brutal. Brutal. I'm still long here. I'll stay long here into the open tomorrow and see if I can get out on the AM. If I can't, I'll have to fucking buy this for the squeeze up and then out there. But I'll tell you what, like 48 gone. Look at all this up here. This is going to be met with get my fucking crash on right here. It's even lower now. This was up. These were up at 48. No, same place. It's the same place. Nothing's changed. They're still just here to sell. They don't care what happens. They don't. This is a good one. If you want to keep a good chart to keep on like at home, it's this one right here. Like it don't matter. They already sold it down here. They'll sell it right here. They'll sell it even up here. It's all down. Down, down. It ain't pretty. And this ain't pretty either. They're going to come out at 8 a.m. and hit it again. No bueno. It ain't no bueno. They're going to sweep in again and try to take this one out. And then they're going to try it in the overnight. You can see it right here in the overnight. They're going to try to hit it. If you want to snip that, you can. No bueno here. That's a pretty big move down for an intraday move. Look at this. That's a fairly good move right there. Every high, every wick, green wick, is a sell. That's 2%. That's from 7 a.m. to right here, 2% down move. That's not staircasing, that's elevatoring. And they're doing 2% in a New York cash move down. And then no breathing room up here, another 2% down. You know, you get like they save your squeezes for the end of the day, and then they sell the first high of the day every day. Not pretty. We're going to come in and hammer this one again tomorrow. Remember on your Monday low, they're going to want to take this Monday low out on Tuesday. Right down there for that close right there. They're going to get it. And you're talking about a bloodbath on Thursday. You want to party down the 20s? I think that's easy. We'll watch it closely together here. Remember that I'm long from right in here on this one. I'm long right here. And I'm long in here. Right here. It ain't going to matter. All that upside is like 48s. I don't believe in them. 42, I believe in. That's about it for right now. They got it locked in. Like 42, where we had 42 or 40, 48 on the start of the week. Potential. Now down to 42. I see the sellers here. They're right there. Right in here. There's no chance on cash tomorrow. The same sellers right here. Hammer it down into tomorrow's close. Brutal end of the day today. Still market not listening to the White House, even less than before. Set up us for a perfect violent bounce. Disagree. I'm long for it, but I don't know if I agree with it. I think they're closing the doors on the upside to it. Or they're trying to rein in how deep or how high it can go. That's been the story all along. Make them think they're going to squeeze, then they lock in what you can squeeze to. Then they just stop. The right here is the stop of any kind of squeeze, potential squeeze right in here. That's 37.67. And if you trade 42, it's, it's in a wick that they're going to come in and try to sell again. So just right here, just look at this, what the insurmountable odds are. Like, even if you're up here, it's if you wick this, if you wick that, they're going to be hammering. Even if you're like, hey, we get the squeeze, hammering. There ain't shit in here for a bull. Look at that pressure right there. Fuck. I wasn't seeing like 600 in April. I was seeing like May 1st, May 5th, 600, maybe 590. It's coming quicker than you think. There's a setup to trade at 6:15, 6:14 by Friday, Monday. Thursday closed Monday. I know we're closed one day. Iran presses Houthis on Red Sea shipping. Chinese container ships pass through Strait of Hormuz in second attempt. Nothing else, all bad stuff. Iran saying the U.S. is in serious discussions with a new, more reasonable regime to end our military options. It says that the U.S. markets strengthened. Yeah, that's not happening. That just happened just now. Iranian oil minister, we have taken necessary measures regarding fuel supplies. Will not face any more problems. That's the IRNA. European officials saying they're pressing the Houthis on Red Sea shipping. They're claiming here that the market is showing strength. I don't see it. This isn't strength. This is shoot and ask questions later. And tomorrow ain't looking good. And tomorrow morning's not looking good. No. Squeeze is prevalent, but not happening, and the doors on the squeeze are being lowered. So even with a squeeze hopes, any kind of squeeze hope, you should be limiting your upside potential on that squeeze. Doors being shut everywhere on the upside. And remember, too, this is market selling in cash market. When you see market sell in cash market, never good. Then the selling they do in after hours just compounds cash market selling. This is how you get these 5% down days, is when you're selling cash and futures. Just a note on that. When you see real money selling in cash market, never good. That's 80, 90 million in cash market selling. Oil's still looking extremely bullish here. Oil's about to break out on this close, just a note to you. Oil trading currently at 104.17. CL trying to trade 108.56 and then 112. Not good for equities into tomorrow. Crude trading up into the 105. 104.23. Man, not pretty, man. This is not good. Not good. You know, the market is not buying this. Market is pricing in a larger war here. You can see it. It's ugly into this close. Woof. Major sellers into the overnight above. Major doom up here. Weekly targets coming up. You don't even want to say it. 614. 614 into the weekend. 607. I don't know if we can get there, but the market is poised for it. And there's a giant fucking group of sellers up here. Just look at that. That's the first group. The second group is right here. The second group right in here. They're not as strong, but they're right there, dudes, right on top. And oil is careening higher right now. Oil after the bell, strong. You know what I'm thinking here. We'll just see if there's anything else I need to see before the end of the day today. I know it's past 4 p.m., but let's look down here at this thing over here. The pain trade is like big. Let's look at this really quick. Like, see all this down here? Like, see this right here? Like, see this band right here? Like, we are aiming for that right now. Aiming for all this stuff down here. And they're looking to shank it down there. Let's see that. This is all. There's the 6,000s right here. This is like 6,000, 605, 610. And we're looking to break under here to trade all that. Like they're trying to push the push the price down below here. They only got a couple more chances for it. Like one is tomorrow. There's a big chance for big moves to the downside tomorrow. And then unwind, man. You get that negative gamma unwind going down there. It's vicious. And oil cranking right now. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Not a good start to the week for the bulls. We had the weekly high at 10 a.m. Not even end of the day. Immediately took the initiative to sell on the open down to 10 a.m. 12 o'clock, given a chance for the executive to give any kind of situation improving. They gave situation worsening news. Carolyn Kennedy. I can't start saying that all the time. Carolyn basically opening the door to an extended war is the takeaway. She's saying the Trump or president always keeps those cards open. We're not going to tell you we're not going to give you the signposts along the way and other improvements or not, or we're meeting those signposts. So we're pricing in war expansion. I'll be back with you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Hopefully I can feel better. I think I'm feeling better today. I think I'll feel much better tomorrow, but I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning.